12 men and 11 women will be heading from Orlando to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games in Madison, Wisconsin. We have 1 day remaining here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal. This is the final stop on the road to the CrossFit Games. 3 weeks of semifinal action. Week number 1 here in North America East. 23 individuals heading to the CrossFit Games. Africa will send 1 man, 1 woman, and 1 team. Week 2, we have 3 semifinals headlined by North America West. 20 individuals will be punching their tickets to Madison. And then finally, week number 3, Europe and Asia closing us out. Thanks so much for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Final day here. There's a lot of pressure for all these athletes. 2 events. We've had 5 score tests up into this point, but it is all coming down to some tough tests to finish off the weekend. We've got some high skills gymnastics and a high intensity finale. Let's take a look at the overall standings for the women coming into the final 2 tests. Emma Carey leads Amanda Barnhart by 6 points for the overall lead. Emma Lawson is right there as well with 405 points. Danielle Brandon just 1 point out of a spot on the podium. The top 11 women will go to the CrossFit Games from here, and in 11th place, it's Sydney Wells with just a 6-point cushion over Ashley Wozni. And tied at that 274 mark, but Sydney Wells has been up and down all weekend, but she capped it off yesterday with that first place finish in test 5, but we have a 50th place finish and a 34th place finish, everything inside the top 10. And this next test is going to be, I would say, the make or break test for Sydney coming up. It's still very close as far as the cut line is concerned for the women. Over on the men's side, things are a little bit more clear. The men are sending their top 12 athletes from here to Madison, Wisconsin. Here are your overall standings with 2 tests remaining for them. Jeff Adler is your overall leader by 15 points over Jason Hopper. Dallin Pepper right now occupies the final spot on the podium, but he's only 8 points up on Roman Krennikov. As far as the cut line is concerned, Austin Hatfield is the last man in, and he has a 34-point lead on Benoit Boulanger. But still, plenty of things can change here. For more on Boulanger, let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Thank you very much, Sean. Well, Boulanger has never been in the CrossFit Games before. He finished 10th at the Alice Games last year, as you mentioned, 34 points out of a qualifying position. He actually shares a coach with Jeff Adler. Adler's from Montreal, Boulanger is from Quebec City, 3 hours away. They do get together periodically for training sessions, and his coach told me that strength is his limiting factor. However, in test number 4 yesterday, he was able to match his snatch PR. Test 6 sets up much better for him, so we'll see if Boulanger can eat into that 34-point deficit and potentially book a spot to the CrossFit Games.
Thank you, Mike. NOBULL is the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. You can shop now by scanning the QR code on your screen. It is the 4th and final day of competition here in Orlando, Florida, and here is what we have on tap for you today as far as the broadcast schedule is concerned. We're going to kick things off at 9 a.m. Eastern Time with women's test number 6, and then the men will close things out at 2:35 p.m. Eastern as we find out who's heading from Orlando, Florida, Madison, Wisconsin in the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by Rogue, Don't Weaken, O2, the official sports drink of the NOBULL CrossFit Games, Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. And NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's so
so not true.
I couldn't do one push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You got to start from somewhere.
It just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time. And then you'll know that you can.
CrossFit Games, in my opinion, is like the promo package for what's possible.
Most folks in an affiliate work out one time a day for 1 hour a day, where the CrossFit Games competitor is obviously trying to increase their capacity, but for a dramatically different goal. They are literally trying to become the best athlete on the planet. They're trying to establish functional dominance over other competitors, where one here inside the affiliate is trying to maximize their capacity and be competent outside the walls of the gym.
The games probably have helped push everyone a bit more forward because people started seeing like what could actually happen.
What happens at the games is just an extraordinary version of what happens inside ordinary affiliates, where they're coaching athletes to move well, to move fast, to progress in terms of their strength and their skill and their aerobic capacity, the way they move their body. And what you see at the games always inspires a different training approach in affiliates. So what you'll see on Sunday at the finals when we're crowning the fittest men and women on broadcast television worldwide will also be taken down to a local affiliate level. Those movement patterns will be broken down, and they'll be instructing ordinary athletes how to perform those same movements, maybe a little lighter or with fewer reps or with less load, but that same movement will start bleeding into ordinary affiliate training.
The CrossFit Games is where the CrossFit community or affiliates can see the peak of fitness on full display. The best of the best do what we do within our affiliates every single day, but at a level and a degree that probably shouldn't be tested within our affiliates. But they need to see it there to know what people are capable of.
Doesn't matter what sport you follow, you can find a highlight reel and you look at that and you're like, man, that is just the coolest thing ever. Difference with our sport is that you can actually go and like do that thing and it's going to have a positive impact on your life. You're going to get fitter and healthier and better, more able to handle everyday life. And you never even have to get close to what those guys out there on the field are doing. So to me, it's a inspirational, aspirational highlight reel for everybody else to get fired up to commit to another year of training. And then that cycle comes around, you see what those guys are doing, you're like, holy crap, that's the coolest thing ever. And I want to get in there and get my training taken care of.
10 seconds. Stand by.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is test 6 for our individuals. If you were here for our teams, it's a bit of some of the same elements in that, but individual style, it's going to start vastly differently. 20 overhead squats, starting off test 6, more of a chipper. When they're done with those 20 overhead squats, at 125, they will move forward. As you see them doing now in several of our lanes. Done with the first 10, moving on to the second 10. They'll move forward after that for 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs, 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, 2 seated legless rope climbs, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, back down to a 500-meter row, and finishing up like they started, 20 overhead squats.
This is our final day of competition here at the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. We've got athletes moving in. Stephanie Morales, Games veteran right there in lane number 2. Joining us on that rower, lane number 5, Bailey Bentley from CrossFit Huntsville.
And down in lane number 9, Gibson Burke. Also onto the rower, the rest of the field now wrapping up the last of their overhead squats and moving to the rower. A 16-minute time cap for this event.
These athletes have 2 more tests remaining here at this semifinal experience in Orlando, Florida. Test number 6 underway. We've got those placards, you see them right next to the Concept 2. They will be bumped up every 200 meters as they work towards 500 here.
Again, this is heat number 1 of 6. One of these athletes going to set the score to beat for heat 2.
Madeline Helms joining us from CrossFit Electric City over in lane number 1.
Our athletes working their way through that 500-meter row. If you look just behind the rower near your favorite athlete, you'll see a placard indicating 1 through 500 meters. Our judges will adjust those accordingly. 2 of our athletes with less than 100 meters to go. Right in the center, Fisher eyeing down the end, Bailey.
Here we go, Stephanie
behind.
Morales, able to make it to the next station here, ladies and gentlemen. She's got to do the 3 handstand walk pirouettes. No problem for Games veteran right there, Stephanie Morales. Looking good on those. Nicely done, making it look easy. Stephanie Morales, ladies and gentlemen, coming out of CrossFit Invictus Back Bay. Trading those scrubs for spandex here this weekend. Stephanie Morales now getting ready for the next portion, those 2 seated legless rope climbs.
Nicole Gibson Burke, lane number 9, right through her pirouettes. Also now getting situated as well for her seated rope climbs. Our 2 athletes, Morales and Gibson Burke, keeping it pretty close. Gibson Burke with a slight lead. She'll be the first to reset. I believe both athletes taking a second to chalk up. They've got first place knotted up. Gibson Burke starting to work in lane number 9. And Burke completing her second seated legless rope climb. Burke now moving on.
Stephanie Morales in lane number 2 was first to that rope. She is working her way up yet again. If you've got an athlete out here, go ahead and put your hands together for them. Cheer them on as they work through these 2-seated legless rope climbs.
Nicole Gibson-Burke, lane number 9, with about an 8 or so rep lead over Stephanie Morales on the chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. Actually, Gibson-Burke down to her last pair of chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, and she locks up the last one, moves away from the wall.
Stephanie Morales getting her first set of those 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups.
Gibson-Burke, a little bit of an issue getting started on the seated legless rope climbs.
It is 1, Stephanie Morales, then 2, looks to be Faith Stewart. Once they get through these 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, it's more rope climbs. They got to get through 2 more of those seated legless rope climbs. They've got a 16-minute time cap on this. We are approaching 7 minutes in. Rachel Fricker looking to get that last and final handstand walk pirouette.
Lane number 9, Nicole Gibson-Burke, getting her groove, looking to close out. I believe this will be her second seated legless rope climb.
Oh, so close. She's got to get across that yellow. Very close. Check it out, we've got a front runner. Larry, talk to me, Goose.
That's it, Nicole Gibson-Burke. Back half of this event, if you will, as we approach the halfway point. Nicole Gibson-Burke done with her second look at the seated legless rope climbs onto her handstand walk pirouettes in the lead. So she's got the handstand walks, the 500-meter row, and the 20 overhead squats. Can she get through these pirouettes, making that first turn? And again, Nicole Gibson-Burke working her way back towards the rowers.
So she snuck by me there, like you said, that shuffle up there inside that rogue rig. It is 1 Nicole Gibson-Burke. And then we've got a battle happening between Stephanie Morales and I believe Faith Stewart. We'll see who emerges back out of that rogue rig for our 1, 2, and 3.
Nicole looking to finish up that center pirouette, and she will make it to the final turn. And finding her groove, she'll make it across that yellow line. And Nicole on to the rower, solidly in the lead here in heat number 1 as we had 9 minutes.
There we go. A very relieved lane number 6, Rachel Fricker. Happy to say goodbye to those handstand pirouette walks for now.
"100 meters in is Nicole Gibson-Burke in lane number 9. The battle now may very well be for second and third here in heat number 1.
In lane number 1 with CrossFit Electric City, Madeline Helms working on her handstand push-ups. Morales is on her second set of those legless rope climbs in lane number 3. It looks like lane number 7, Faith Stewart, moving on to her pirouettes, handstand walk pirouettes. So it is 1, Nicole Gibson Burke. 2 is over in lane number 7. She's upside down right now. That's Faith Stewart out of Training Think Tank CrossFit. And then here comes lane number 4, rounding out our top 3. Ali Baja out of CrossFit Melior. Year 1, 2, and 3, all about ready to be on those concept 2s. But it looks like while the other 2 athletes are trying to get to that concept 2, our leader in lane number 9, Nicole Gibson Burke out of CrossFit East Nashville, looking to finish up that last 100 meters.
And she will depart the rower right around the 11:13 mark, just as Stewart arrives. Nicole Gibson Burke can take a moment at her weight belt. She will have 20 overhead squats to complete test number 6. 10 in the first section, 10 in the second.
Our leader needing 20 overhead squats at 125 pounds. Behind her in lane number 7, working on her row, is Faith Stewart. And then lane number 4, Ali Bajet, working on her last handstand pirouette. And now she can join Faith at the concept 2.
Burke back overhead, putting reps in the books. Again, this is the last element in test number 6. A whole lot of stuff gotten done in the last 12.5 minutes. Burke with 2 more to finish the first 10. And Burke done halfway through with her 20 reps.
Athletes, you have 3 minutes remaining. 3 minutes.
Burke back overhead and back into the groove. Just a handful of reps to go. We'll see our first finisher of the day for test 6 in our individual division. For the ladies here, 3 reps to go. Make that 2. Let's make some noise, folks, and bring Nicole Gibson Burke across that line. 13:40 unofficially for Nicole Gibson Burke.
Will we see another finisher with Faith Stewart in lane number 7? She's got 2 minutes, a little over 2 minutes. There it is, 2 minutes to go. Getting into position for those final 20 overhead squats. Working with 125 pounds right there. She's 5 in. Let's put our hands together for lane number 7, Faith Stewart, 90 seconds. She was able to maintain a solid pace on those. If she can do it again, she'll be able to get onto that finish mat. 1:15 to go. She's got that barbell overhead, Larry. 1 minute.
As we were getting started, I heard a ton of folks screaming, Faith, Faith, Faith. Where you at? Make some noise for Faith Stewart. Just a few reps to go. Last rep for Stewart. And there we go. Make some noise for Faith Stewart.
30 seconds. Athletes, you have less than 30 seconds. $20 seconds to go.
Watch it, look at it finish up the first 10.
10 seconds. Blodgett moving in her final 10. 3, 2, 1, time.
Big round of applause for all the athletes here in heat number 1, test 6, their final day of competition.
Up next.
right, folks, here we go. Our second look at test 6 here with heat number 2 of our women's division, starting with 20 overhead squats. Once they've completed their first 10, they will move forward to the next position for an additional 10 to complete that 20, then to the rower for 500 meters. Then, moving forward, 3 handstand walk pirouettes to the rig for 2 seated legless rope climbs. Then they will turn and execute 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. They'll go back to the rope for 2 seated legless rope climbs, back out, moving the way they came for 3 handstand walk pirouettes, ending at the rower for 500 meters. They will step forward. First bar for 10 overhead squats, the final bar for 10 overhead squats, and a short walk to the finish, all in 16 minutes. 125 on the bar for our athletes starting off.
Lane number 5, Allison Stahl out of CrossFit Electric City. Strapping into that concept 2 first. Oh, lane number 10 though has a couple of pulls. Jessica over in lane number 10 and Nina over in lane number 9. Right there with Allison Stahl in lane number 5.
And folks, the placards behind the rowers indicate just like that on Kaligians in lane number 10. She's 100 meters in. Same for Regovich in lane number 9. Our judges will adjust accordingly as our athletes complete that distance. Stahl also with 100 meters in lane 5.
If you're just joining us, this is heat number 2 of individual test 6, day 3 of our individual competition here at the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal, brought to you by Jocko Go.
Our athletes rocking through their 300-meter row. 400 meters in is going to get lane number 10, Stahl. Same distance, hands in. Move in to our 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. Jessica in the lead, rounding out number 2, Toy Dyson in lane number 2.
Lane number 2, you were talking about Tori Dyson. Her affiliate CrossFit New England, I'm sure, is cheering her on. Maybe back at home, perhaps here. Lane number 1, working on those pirouettes, excuse me. That's Fogarty out of CrossFit Luke.
Looking to see if we're going to have a shake-up, Kiki, on our leaders coming off the chest-to-wall strict handstand push-ups.
Lane number 5, Allison Stahl out of CrossFit Electric City. Has 1 more of those seated legless rope climbs to go. We are making our way to 7 minutes in, Larry, towards that 16-minute time cap here with heat number 2.
Our time to beat set by Nicole Gibson-Burke, 13:40, coming out of heat number 1.
We have 6 heats of our individual female athletes to get through. 7.5 minutes in here. Most of them are in that rogue rig. We've got lane number 6 making her way up for a legless. That's Karis Demi out of CrossFit Explode.
Ooh, takes a costly no rep there at the end for Demi in lane 6. Just past 8 minutes, our halfway point, come and gone in our 16-minute time gap. Stahl controlling her descent, looking to put this second of 2 legless seated rope climbs to bed. Fish in lane number 8 with 1 to go. Same story for Gilligan and lane number 10. Jessica looking to finish up these chest-to-wall straight handstand push-ups. And Jessica done with the straight handstand push-ups now, moving back to the rope.
All right, we got lane number 2, like you were saying. Larry, let's go ahead and cheer on all of our athletes right now. Put your hands together for heat number 2. Lane number 2, Tori Dyson out of CrossFit New England, working on those handstand pirouette walks right now. Or handstand walk pirouettes, I should say. I'm sure she's very happy to be done with the rogue rig portion of this. Working on getting her second pirouette in the bag. Who's going to be joining her on that competition floor?
It looks like Lydia Fish happily wrapping up those legless seated rope climbs at lane number 8, eyeballing the pirouettes herself.
Here we go, lane number 2 now, Tori Dyson. Getting on that concept 2 for 500 meters. We're a little over 10 minutes in, about 10 minutes and 18 seconds in to be exact, as she begins 500 meters. Lydia Fish about ready to wrap up her handstand walks. Nicely done. So we've got our 1 and 2. We are looking for our 3rd athlete to join them on the concept 2.
Good shot on the Jumbotron there, right behind Tori Dyson, your leader. Tori just passed 200 meters on the road.
Less than 5 minutes, athletes. The time to beat, 13:41. 13:41 is that time to beat here. Keep in mind, we have 6 heats. So they're not looking to just beat that time, but also set a formidable time against the athletes that are still yet to come. They're looking to jump up this leaderboard, as much as possible here with individual test number 6. A hand in the air for lane number 2, Tori Dyson. She's got 100 meters to go, less than 10 pulls.
Lydia Fish, lane number 8, running her race, but still looking to close that distance if she can. She's got less than 200 meters.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Put your hands together for Tori Dyson. 12 and a half minutes in as she makes her way to that barbell. She is looking for 20 overhead squats at 125 pounds.
"13 minutes in. Fish leaving the rower, starting on her overhead squats.
She's done with that first set of 10, moving into her last as we approach 13 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Look like Lindsay Derby gonna round out her 1, 2, and 3. Lydia Fish done with her first 10, technically evened up now with Dyson.
These athletes approaching the barbell, but check it out. Lydia Fish first to grab it and go to work. 14 minutes in, 2 minutes remain.
Lydia Fish not wasting any time, going past the first 10. Hands in the air for both these athletes. This could be a foot race.
They are 1 rep away from each other.
Lydia Fish gonna wrap it up. Give it up for your heat winner, Lydia Fish.
And here comes Tori Dyson. Lydia Fish making her move on that rower. She was really quick on those handstand pirouettes as well, which is helpful.
Coming up on 15 minutes on our time clock. Again, folks, 16-minute time cap in place for this event. Athletes, you have 1 minute. 1 minute. Again, looking to make it to the rower, looking to get past that last handstand pirouette, and she does.
Jessica over in lane number 10 on the concept 2. Here comes lane number 4, Lindsay Derby into her row as well. Athletes, you have 30 seconds.
Jessica in lane number 10 looking to get as far as she can. Same for Derby in lane number 4. Derby rowing with a feverish pitch.
Athletes, you have 10 seconds. Three, 2, 1, time.
Woo, big round of applause for all the athletes on the floor. Great job. Lydia Fish taking the heat. But the time, Nicole Gibson-Burke, 13:41, stands going into heat number 3.
10 seconds. Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. Heat number 3, taking on test 6, starting with 20 overhead squats at 125. Once they've completed all 20, they will move forward to the rower for a 500-meter row. Completing that, they will then head towards the rig for 3 handstand walk pirouettes marked on the floor with those little turning circles. Once they arrive at the rig, 2 seated legless rope climbs, then 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, and we're gonna do the whole thing in reverse order. 2 seated legless rope climbs, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 500-meter row, and 20 overhead squats to finish. 16-minute time cap on our athletes here for test number 6.
We have seen a handful of athletes get to the finish mat. I think 3 or 4 so far. Let's see what heat number 3 can do with this test, individual test number 6, as our athletes make their way to the concept 2. Several of them getting on there at the same exact time.
Definitely keeping it really close here. And again, folks, right behind the rower, you'll see the placards. They'll be adjusted by the respective judges for that athlete, indicating where they are in the midst of that 500-meter row.
All right, these athletes settling in to that concept 2 rower. Finding the pace that works for them as they work their way to 500 meters there. Back in the day, Larry, I used to row crew. I was on the crew team at UCLA, and I remember when I finished that up, I was like, I will never sit on a concept 2 rower again, ever. And then I walked into a CrossFit gym and had a panic attack.
Like 4 years of aversion therapy, and then you went back to it.
Yeah. Now I just ease into it. I just, you know, no expectations for when I come on there. All right, here we go. Enough about me. Let's talk about these athletes on the competition floor. We're going to be having someone making their way to those handstand walk pirouettes here in the very near future. They are working their way, probably their last 50 meters right here. Lots of hands up in the air. It is a close race with heat number 3.
Looks like it's going to be lane number 8, Porter, the first to stand. Well, pretty close to first. McGrandy right there with her. Now we got several athletes inverted in the midst of the pirouettes. And again, folks, as you were looking at it from the stands, you can see there are 3 distinct marks on the ground indicating where the pirouette is conducted.
It's so cool to see what these athletes can do these days. As the sport has grown, they throw more and more at them, and they are capable of handling it. As these athletes show us right here, right now, it looks like lane number 1 and lane number 8 were first into the rig. That's Molly McGrandy and Lindsay Porter.
Looks like the first.
Yeah. Go ahead.
First going up the rope is Pugh in lane number 6. Porter right there with her, and then of course McGrandy in lane number 1. They're not gonna make it easy on us.
That's why I say looks like, you know, you'll notice we use that phrase quite a bit. We've got 10 lanes that we are trying to keep our eyes on. I'm on one side, Larry's on the other. But our leader in lane number 6, making easy work there of those legless rope climbs. And they got to start from that seated position. Samantha Pugh back into the rig for her handstand push-ups. We're coming up on 5 minutes. There it is, 5 minutes in, athletes.
Duking it out side by side there, lane number 7 and 8.
Stephanie Grange in lane number 2, looking to get that last legless rope climb. There you go, Stephanie Grange can move over to the handstand push-ups.
Fittest in lane number 5.
Also, those aren't just our regular handstand push-ups, it's 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups.
Past 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
There we go. Check it out, lane number 6, Samantha Pugh. Back in to those pirouette handstand walks. Nicely done, jeez. So tight right there, very nicely done, yeah.
That was beautiful to watch. Samantha Pugh, all alone on the rowers. Easy to spot your leader at this one. The job is easy. It's easy to spot her. She's the only one on the rowers there in lane number 6. The green top, gray shorts, going at it. Again, we are not quite to the halfway point. That time to beat 13:41, definitely in the sights of Samantha Pugh. And as Kiki pointed out, it's not just this heat. We are heat 3 deep out of 6, so there's 3 more heats to go. These athletes want to put up a time, but this is tough for the following athletes.
We're a little over 8 minutes in right now, halfway to that time cap of 16.
Very focused in what she's doing. And Pugh now 300 meters into the 500 meters required. And she will have 20 overhead squats at 125, broken down 10 and 10.
Check it out, she is still cranking it out on that concept too. Nobody else is even on the handstand walks right now, Larry. She is cruising through this thing. Her judge's hand in the air letting us know she has less than 100 meters. Here we go. Lanes 5 and lanes 8 are now emerging from that rogue rig to begin those handstand walk pirouettes.
Looks like Porter will kick up just ahead of Fittest. And as they do that, it is going to be Pugh leaving the rower. Pugh going to work, chipping away at her first 10 on those overhead squats. As she does that, though, Lindsay Porter arriving at the rower in lane number 8. So it's going to go 1 Pugh, 2 Porter, 3 Fittest. You're next to kick up on the handstand pirouettes.
Check it out, ladies and gentlemen. Advancing to her last barbell here in lane number 6, Samantha Pugh at the 10-minute mark. She gets a no rep. Doesn't miss a beat, keeps grinding it out there. We've been saying her name all heat long, and rightfully so, because she has led the charge as she works on her final overhead squat. Give it up for Samantha Pugh.
Pugh setting the new time to beat moving forward. Right around
Nicely
10:45 unofficially. We'll get a solid 5 for you.
Pew pew.
Lindsay Porter chipping away still at that 500-meter row there in lane number 8. Well past the 300-meter mark. Logan looking to join her. And follow Los there, heading to the rower. Hand in the air for Porter. Less than 100 meters to go for Lindsay.
Lane number 3, Katie out of Golden Goose CrossFit, looking to finish up her last pirouette. But while she begins the concept to lane number 8, Lindsay Porter out of CrossFit Clearwater, chalking up those hands, getting ready for some overhead squats.
Porter taking in, working her way through that first 10. Hand in the air. Let's see, 7 reps deep of her 20. Look for her to move on here in lane number 8. She'll dump that barbell, step it up. Final barbell in front of her as we approach 13 minutes on the clock. Lindsay Porter next up to cross that finishing line.
Athletes, you have less than 3 minutes remaining.
Porter cutting it, 4 reps to go to finish up her test 6. Last rep.
She needs to beat 13:41 for the next best time. There it is, lane number 8, Lindsay Porter. So she will take that second spot and best that 13:41 time that we saw previously.
Hands in the air, back at the rower, or hand in the air, singular. Follow Los looking to finish up. Logan less than 100 meters to go there in lane number 5. And she'll come out of the rower right around the 14-minute mark, so a little less than 2 minutes to go. Going up on 90 seconds. Logan chipping away. Looking to finish up her first 10.
Here comes Katie Callior out of Golden Goose CrossFit to join Logan on those overheads. But Logan with CrossFit New England moving into her final set of 10.
Coming up on 15 minutes. Follow Los gets it up and moving.
1 minute remaining.
Follow Los rocking her way through her final look at the overhead squats. 5 to go. Orlando, let's make some noise and cheer her on. Looking for another finisher here in test number 6. 1 rep to go. And Logan will wrap it up right around 15:24. Less than 30 seconds, athletes. Callior looking to finish up, I believe, in lane number 3. Time ticking away.
Athletes, you have 10 seconds.
All right, folks, let's get behind Katie Callior. She can do it.
3, 2, 1, time.
Look like Katie had 1 rep to go.
That is a wrap for heat number 3. We will see them back out here later today for their final test of fitness. Up next, heat 4.
We are 2 tests away from sending 11 women to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. Thanks for joining us today on the final day of competition for the individuals at the North America East Semifinal in Orlando, Florida. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. This is where we stand coming into the final 2 tests. Emma Carey is your overall leader for the women by 6 points over Amanda Barnhart. And Danielle Brandon is just 1 point back of Emma Lawson for that final spot on the podium. Again, the top 11 women advancing from this semifinal to the CrossFit Games. And Sydney Wells currently occupies that final qualifying spot, but there are plenty of women within striking distance. Test number 6 can really shake things up here because, as we've seen in the first 3 heats, there are a lot of sticking points in this test.
This is an absolute minefield in test number 6, starting with 20 overhead squats at 125 for the women into that 5-meter row. Then we have 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs. We're bringing it back that we didn't get from Alpaca at the CrossFit Games from last year into 20 chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. Then you work your way back up the list.
What is your recipe for success?
Execution and technique reign supreme. The gymnasts, the ones that can move well, that can execute under pressure, get in good positions, are going to shine here. And then blast the barbell, recover on the row.
10 women in this 4th of 6 heats, and Brooke Wells is in lane number 5 right now. 21st place overall. She has 225 points. She's 55 points out of a qualifying spot.
And that qualifying spot also being held by her twin sister, Sydney Wells, at the moment.
Ashley Giroux will be in lane number 8. Keep an eye on her. She has an extensive gymnastics background.
And does not like camera time, apparently. But things she wanted to see was gymnastics and tricky skill work. She's getting all of that in test number 6.
Only 7 women have finished this test inside the time cap. Samantha Pugh did it the quickest. 10 minutes 46 seconds is the time to beat. Only 12 women have gotten through the gymnastics portion of this test.
And that's the biggest part of this test in test number 6. And rightly so. We've seen weightlifting, we've seen odd objects, we've seen heavy sled pulls. We've seen a lot of tests that favor or could favor a bigger, stronger athlete. This test is one for the gymnasts. The ones that have, and not necessarily gymnasts in particular, but the ones that have been working on these high-skilled gymnastics.
Brooke Wells' judge's hand is in the air. She now has 2 reps remaining on these 20 initial overhead squats, and she will be one of the first women to the rower, along with Emma Harvang in lane number 7.
CrossFit hard knocks.
Now the thing for Brooke Wells is that, John, as you said, 55 points out of a qualifying position. It is not impossible for her to make it there. The problem is, most of the events you would have thought she would have banked high finish places have already gone past us for the majority of them. Today is a mixed bag for Brooke Wells. Not really known for her upper body pulling stamina and strength. Legless rope climb event from last year being an example of that, but also on the flip side, one of the best athletes we have in the sport when it comes to being inverted with handstand walks or handstand push-ups. So I'm very curious to see how Brooke Wells responds to this, because this is a tough test for her to get up inching closer to a qualifying spot.
Brooke Wells is towards the front along with Emma Harvang, who's over in lane number 7. Harvang coming in 24th place overall with 203 total points, so she's 77 points out of a qualifying spot.
This is her first year actually getting past quarterfinals, finding her way onto the semifinal competition floor. Background in Olympic lifting, part of the U.S. Warrior Fitness team actually back in 2021.
Let's bring in Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor.
Jessica Swartz currently in 28th spot. She started CrossFit back in 2012, in the 2012 Open. That's when she turned 14, so she was able to take on that first event, which was 7 minutes of burpees. She did it with her dad. She got 95, her dad got 100. She did it every single day until the close of the first event to try and beat her dad. She didn't, but that competitive mindset was set very early, and here she is 13 years later, still competing, trying to book a spot to the CrossFit Games. 28th right now, but just that love of competition since she was an early teenager, and now she's in her mid-20s.
It's wild when you say 13 years of experience, only being 25 years old. Okay.
Well, right away, seeing a lot more proficiency on this part of the test than we have in prior heats, and there is
Ashley
Giroux, pardon me, looking for her name here on the sheet, along with Emma Harvang. The two of them side by side will make it now to the 2 seated rope climbs. And there goes Ashley.
It's going to be a callback for the 2022 CrossFit Games that we did not get to see. The infamous Alpaca event that was supposed to kick off the last day of competition there in Madison, Wisconsin. We were unable to do this actual movement because of the rain on the ropes, and now we're bringing it back here in semifinals.
Top 3 on the screen. Jessica Androsic on the left side. She is in 3rd place behind Giroux and Harvang, and the standard here is pretty simple. You have to get your hands at or above that pink mark at top, and then you have to climb down, and both hands have to be below the other pink mark before you can touch the ground. And Ashley Giroux has no problems with those 2 reps, and now she moves to the wall-facing handstand push-ups. 20 reps here, and then it's back through.
So a lot of little nuances here when it comes to these movements. When you look at the pirouettes, the legless rope climbs from a seated position, and especially these wall-facing handstand push-ups, as Giroux just makes them look insultingly easy at the moment. But we talked about execution. Right? Execution, good positions. All of these movements have a compounding effect on each other. So if you're not efficient here, it's going to have a much more dramatic effect going down the line.
Meanwhile, Brooke Wells down in lane number 5 has yet to attempt a climb. This will be her first try here. One down if she can get below and hold control. So Brooke Wells, that's a good rep. Meanwhile, Ashley Giroux is running away with this thing. She's back on the rope climb. Samantha Pugh, who has our score to beat at 10:46, needed just 4 minutes to get through all the gymnastics. I think Giroux is on that pace, if not better than that pace right now.
And I didn't think that was actually possible what Pugh was doing out on the field in the previous heats. Going unbroken end-to-end on the pirouettes, big sets on the wall-facing handstand push-ups. And it's coming down to the second half. These two seated legless rope climbs on the back half of this pyramid-style chipper is going to be a big deciding factor on who can separate themselves from the rest of the field.
Ashley Giroux in 26th place coming in, 198 points. In the prior heats, we've seen athletes take sizable amounts of rest on this portion of this test, and Ashley Giroux is ripping through this portion.
And there's a huge confidence factor that comes into play here, because if you hop up to the rope just a second too soon, you could lose minutes in this test. And that I said about minefields coming in and a no rep. That's the challenge, that's the game you have to play. And athletes, here's the thing though, Sean, athletes in this heat, in this fourth heat of 6, these are the athletes that are gonna have to gamble a little bit if they wanna give themselves an opportunity to get in a qualifying position. Unfortunately for Giroux, it didn't pay off on that rep. And here's the problem. You said athletes waiting for maybe minutes on end in between. That's what's gonna have to happen now. Nearly a full complete rep, her last seated legless rope climb. And now she's just gonna have to sit there and wait. And part of that too is a confidence thing. It's a grip thing, obviously it's a failure fatigue thing, but she thought she was ready, and then the rope decided for her. Now what do you do?
Well, Ashley Giroux is still in the lead here in this heat. Emma Harvang next to her on the right side is pushing her for that top spot, and then Jessica Androzek on the left side is in 3rd place. Looks like Ashley Giroux is set to try to get her second and final seated legless rope climb done. And it should be smooth sailing for her if she can get past this portion.
Now on the way up, you don't have to keep a seated L position. It doesn't have to be hand over hand. You can use that kip style.
She's got to get her, no, so close.
And when we said minefield, this is exactly what we're talking about. We're saying overhead squats unbroken, great row, made the pirouettes look like she was just walking upright. 2 sets on the wall-facing handstand push-ups, and now here we are.
Well, Lexi Neely is through the gymnastics portion on the rig, and now she's got to get through these 3 pirouettes and back to the rower. It does look like Samantha Pugh's time of 10:46 is going to stand here. And now we have to see if we can have any more women finish this event inside the 16-minute time cap. We've only had 7 so far. And now in lane number 3, that's Danielle Perrin, who has a test win. Perrin took test number 4 with that snatch at 210 pounds. And that happened on Saturday here. That was a fun test to watch.
Man, the last 20 or 30 seconds of test 4 was absolutely insane. And then you flip over to test 5 and just a sprint to the finish. We were talking to Adrian Boston this morning. He's like, who knew that running on a treadmill could be so exciting?
Lexi Neely on the right, Danielle Perrin on the left, the 2 leaders now, the only 2 women so far who have gotten through the rope climbs and wall-facing handstand pushes. Now here comes Brooke Wells. But Brooke Wells has gotten herself through, and she is on to her pirouettes.
As we said earlier,
this is big.
55 points out of an 11th place qualifying position. Does not need to make it all up here. With the scoring table that we have, like we said, there's so many things that can happen in this competition. If you can cut the deficit in half, 25 points, Sean, that's only the difference between 10 or 12 places on the leaderboard as it stands. Now, that's in the upper echelon scores, and we're separating by 3 or 2, but you cut that test in half, or that deficit in half. Coming up after this, that very fast finale, the same type of things can happen. Usually as the athletes in a big deficit, they'll try to make it all up in I was gonna say one play, as we're talking football.
Still a couple months off. Jessica and Grosick is onto the rower now as well. We have 4 women here in this 4th of 6 heats. On to the second and final 500-meter row. Hands in the air for both Neely and Perrin. Neely's done. And now she has 20 overhead squats to close this thing out.
Now these 20 overhead squats are gonna be drastically different than the first 20 that we had. Sean, we call that range of motion no doubters.
Neely in the lead here. Here comes Perrin in lane 3. Again, she snatched 210 yesterday to win test number 4. And she's moving that weight very quickly.
Oh, that's the one thing for Neely. Neely looks very good at the top part of your screen, but Perrin walking in with that 210 snatch, that overhead squat's not going to be much of a problem for her. So Neely is just to make sure she's not wasting any time on these last 10 reps.
Second place in this event is up for grabs because the next best time is Lindsey Porter at 13:29.80 seconds. Final 2 reps for Lexi Neely. And Lexi Neely's gonna take heat 4. 12:37.59 seconds for her. Brooke Wells on the right side of the screen. She's onto the barbell. Danielle Perrin is in. Perrin will have the 3rd best time in this test, 12:46.51.
Got to push the pace here. Seconds are going to matter with a field of 60 athletes. Seconds could be the difference between multiple places on the leaderboard. We're talking 10, 12 points possibly.
Brooke Wells through her first set of 10.
We hit 13 minutes and 10 seconds in. With 5 more reps to go, it's a little quiet out there, Orlando. Moving into her final 2
Now
reps.
last rep for Brooke Wells.
1 rep to go for Brooke Wells.
And she's in. And right now, that'll be the 5th best time in this test, 13:35.80 seconds. Meanwhile, Ashley Giroux finally got through her rope climbs. This is a replay that you're looking at. And she is now done with her handstand walk there on the right side of your screen. So Ashley Giroux, who looked like she might set the time to beat,
But that
hit a landmine.
But that rope climb, I mean, we're talking 4 minutes on a rope climb for that one failed rep at the end. And that's the scary part about this test, Sean. As we said, this is an absolute minefield out here, and you don't know where it's going to happen.
After Brooke Wells came across the finish line, we now have 10 women who have finished this test inside the time cap with 2 heats remaining, and it's still Samantha Pugh with the best time at 10:46. As Jessica Androsic is on the back half now of her final 20 overhead squats. And she has about a little more than a minute here to get those done.
We got less than a minute. 55 seconds remaining for our athletes.
Jessica finding the groove on these last overhead squats here. Less than 5 to go. Just a pair remaining, I believe.
This will be the final rep. Androsic, she is in.
Androsic had a great performance kicking off yesterday morning on Semifinals, Linda.
You have
4 women
20 seconds.
on the rower here. From top to bottom, Sarah Hogue, Jessica Schwartz, Ashley Giroux, and Emma Harbang.
Athletes will get 1 rep for every 100 meters that they complete.
The final seconds here in heat number 4, and that will do it. Lexi Neely will take the heat, 12:37.59 seconds right now. That is the second best time that we have seen in test 6.
Door was wide open for Lexi Neely. She was first off the rig on that second set of seated legless rope climbs. But the last overhead squats, Piran was trying to chase her down, but 10 unbroken eats time, good positioning, great squat, great depth, great finish.
So Lexi Neely looking to work her way up the overall standings. Doing herself a favor as we have 2 heats remaining here in test 6. Final day of competition for the individuals continues here in Orlando, Florida at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. And we got Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. We will hear from him in just a second. Test number 6, I think you summed it up perfectly. It's a minefield.
Hey, you were playing Minesweeper back in the day on the old PC? That's what we got here. 20 overhead squats at 125, 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs, and 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups. Once you finish there, go back down the list to the finish line.
Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, a little bit of a new wrinkle with the handstand walking portion of this test. Pirouette, so basically a full 360 on your hands. And take a look at the symbols on the floor, on the competition floor. It looks like you have to do a full 360, a left-hand turn, left or right, up to the athletes.
Lane number 5, Sydney Wells. Lane number 4.
Thank you, Mike. Shooter's choice. Just get the work done. Here are the 10 women who will be on the floor here for heat number 5, and Sydney Wells in lane 5 right now, occupying that final qualifying spot in 11th place overall.
282 points, or 280 points for Sydney Wells. Got about 3 complexes done in test 2, and that's the one thing I'm nervous for her with these seated legless rope climbs. With her inability to do that complex on Friday, how are these legless rope climbs going to shake out for her today?
Carolyn Prevost in lane number 7. She's in 14th place.
So like about
she has 254 points. Yeah, she's 26 points out.
26 points out. That's not a lot. That's about the difference between 10 places on the leaderboard as it stands right now. And for her is that she's just a grinder. She's super athletic, like you said, one of the best athletes in the sport, period. And Caroline Prevost should be shaking up to have a good day.
And then Ashley Wozni, she sits in 12th place overall. She's just 6 points back of Sydney Wells for that final qualifying spot.
Wozni going individual. She's been going team for the last couple of years. This is another interesting test for Wozni.
Stand by.
10:46. That is the time to beat. Belongs to Samantha Pugh, who did that in heat number 3. We'll start with 20 overhead squats at 125 pounds. There's Carolyn Prevost.
And an interesting thing we found out this morning is that you see 2 barbells on the floor, and they'll do 10 at one and then 10 in the other. You know, it's one of those questions coming in is like, what are some of the details in some of these tests that get revealed in these athlete briefings? And I think it does help some athletes of not having to be forced to maybe do these sets unbroken. So that forced break with 10 changes this test just a little bit.
Annika Greer at the bottom of your screen and Carolyn Prevost in the white headband, your first 2 athletes to the rower. Now here comes Ashley Wozni. And now Sydney Wells will be 4th to the rower. Shelby Neal is there, and now everyone is done with her first 20 overhead squats, and now that initial 500-meter row.
Greer currently sitting in 19th place with 229 points. She's actually tied with 229. Second best finish this weekend actually came in test number 2 with that ring complex. If she can get a top 10 finish here, that'd be very good for her chances of creeping back up towards a qualifying position.
Top 3 women on the screen right now. Annika Greer on the left, Ashley Wozni and Carolyn Prevost on the right, the first 3 to get to this portion. And after this, it's the handstand pirouettes, the seated legless rope climbs, and the wall-facing handstand push-ups that has been watch where you're stepping.
Man, and we saw no better example than we saw with Ashley Giroux in the previous heat. Was decimating everyone from pirouettes to the first 2 legless rope climbs to the wall-facing handstand push-ups, 1 legless rope climb, but that last and second one got a no rep, and then from there things started to unravel. And that can happen anywhere. It depends on your strength and your skill set. You may be a great puller and a bad presser. You may be a great presser, but not good on your hands inverted doing a pirouette. There's so many little things in here that I think is a great part of this test.
Brooke Wells, who just went in the prior heat on the left side, out here to cheer on her twin sister. The hand's starting to go in the air meanwhile. Annika Greer looking to be the first woman to finish up this 500-meter row. And she is done. It gets right to work. Carolyn Prevost is finished up. Jordan Chefs also is done, and now we're starting to get just about every woman to the handstand walk portion of this test. The Prevost is through, along with Annika Greer. Shelby Neal is done there in the purple pants. The 2 seated legless rope climbs here. Greer gets her hands at or above that mark and below there, and that's a good rep.
Okay, watch what Annika does. She stands tall. It's very interesting because Carolyn Prevost starts with a bent arm position, not a lot of tension in the shoulders, great upper body puller. Watch Annika Greer on the left. What she did last time, she stands tall, she extends fully, and then gets to that bottom position. And what that does is it actually puts her in a stretched position, almost like stretching a rubber band out. And for her, that actually is gonna help her first pull, that you get that little elastic tension. Instead of having to start almost from a dead stop, you get this sneaky little help in that outstretched arm position.
Annika Greer so far has been the fastest through the overhead squats and the row, and she got through those seated rope climbs no problem. Here are your standings again heading in is Sydney Wells. Right now would be the last woman in. Ashley Wozni and Carolyn Prevost are both in this heat trying to chase her down. Greer has got a good pace going on these wall-facing handstand push-ups. And remember, last year, Annika Greer looking to qualify for the CrossFit Games and just missed a submission window for a score. And that's what kept her out, ended her season
And the reason why that's a big deal is because all year leading up to that and her performances in online competition and in off-season competitions is that she was almost not a shoe-in, but a favorite to qualify for the CrossFit Games last season. So it's not just missing a submission window and, oh, that sucks for you, but it was missing a submission window on someone that we thought could actually make the CrossFit Games.
She is done with her handstand push-ups. Now Annika Greer on her final 2 rope climbs. Meanwhile, Sydney Wells is working on her 20 wall-facing handstand push-ups. And Greer gets right back to work. This is her first of 2 final climbs, and
she is
she's gonna make it, no problem.
Now that's just the first one.
Oh, they're gonna give her a no rep.
No.
She got no rep. I think her feet touched before she was below. It looked, that was close. We'll have to see that again, but it looked like her feet touched before she got below.
Now once the hands go below, we were told pretty much anything goes. So once you've established below the line.
So let's see if we can see it here on the right side. This is the no rep. No.
Watch the red tape. Watch the red tape. Hand below. Hand below. That should be fine.
Well, we were told that should count.
That should count.
And the crowd just saw it on the screen as well, and they're reacting to it. And it looks like the head judge, they did that.
All right, slow clap.
The head judges came over and corrected
slow
that.
Clap for
so
you,
that
judges.
is.
Hey, let me just
That's
take
where
a
the
moment.
system works.
Let me just take a moment and everybody thank the judges for making the right call. They have a hard job, usually very thankless, and if you're watching on social media, usually vilified to the nth degree. Thank you for making the good call on the spot. Bravo, judges.
Annika Greer is through along with Shelby Neal. Neal's starting to put some pressure on Annika Greer here. Neal's going to try to go unbroken. And they are dead even going to the rower.
Now the row here is a pace setter for the 20 overhead squats we have coming in. At the same time, it's not really how fast you can row, but almost how much you can sustain without putting yourself into a hole, because listen, 20 overhead squats at 125 pounds for these ladies after everything they have done to this point. And we talk about execution, efficiency, good positions. The pirouettes are taxing the shoulders. The legless row climbs are taxing the lats and the arms and the forearms. Then we have the wall-facing handstand pushes. All of that combined together is going to influence how the overhead squat position is over there in that shoulder position. So efficiency, execution, huge elements to this test other than just the high skill gymnastics.
Saw Annika Greer peeking over at Shelby Neal's monitor. She's doing it again there. Right now, or getting to the rower, both Neal and Greer were about 40 seconds back of Samantha Pugh's pace that she used to set the top time of 10:46. Sydney Wells is still trying to close out her final 2 climbs. That's her second one, and now she will get to the handstand portion. First pirouette is done. Wells makes it to that final line. Well, Annika Greer's judge, meanwhile, on the right side of the screen, just put her hand in the air, and Shelby Neal's judge's hand went in the air as well. They're inside 100 meters.
Look, as great as this is for Annika Greer, this is really good for Sydney Wells. I was very curious how she's going to handle those middle skill gymnastics on the legless climbs, but Sydney Wells at just about the 10-minute mark, this is great for her so far.
Annika Greer on the left side in the blue top. She is on to the overhead squats. Shelby Neal is to the barbell as well. Jordan Chefs and Sydney Wells are on the rower.
First set of 10. Ladies and gentlemen, she's got 10 more to go.
10 final reps for Annika Greer.
Grabs the barbell, goes right into it. With 5 more reps standing between Annika Greer and a finish.
The final rep for Greer. And she is in, and Annika Greer will have the second best time that we have seen, 10:52.18 seconds.
That's going to put a lot of pressure on the next heat.
And now Shelby Neal will be next across.
51 points out of a qualifying spot.
Go back to work. Shelby on a 12 straight, 12 state CrossFit.
Neal's got 3 left.
It's like just a couple to go. Now, folks, she's gonna need some help on this last one. Let's make some noise for Shelby Neal.
She's gonna get through it. Shelby Neal is in.
I tell you what, I don't think there was an 11th overhead squat in that body. She absolutely tapped everything to get those last 10 squats.
Well, Sydney Wells is now your leader on the floor as Shelby Neal's time of 11:29.95 seconds. Right now, the 3rd best time we've seen in this test.
Okay, Sydney Wells. It's a tough spot to sit in, that basically that gatekeeper position. You see athletes like this all the time. They enjoy the chase, they enjoy the climb, they love trying to catch somebody. The hardest position to be in is trying to fend off those that are trying to do that, and that's the position Sydney Wells is.
Sydney Wells and Jordan Shefts are onto the barbell. Meanwhile, Ashley Wozni on the right side of your screen is behind Sydney Wells in this test, which is good news for Sydney Wells because Wozni is the woman right behind Wells in the overall standings, just 6 points back of that 11th and final qualifying spot coming into this test.
Looking strong, cool, calm, and collected with 2 reps to go. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
Sydney Wells is done. 13:05.25 seconds right now puts her in 6th place in the test, and now Jordan Shefts is in.
And Shefts is 16th place overall, 37 points out. Now that's not gonna catch Sydney, however, that's gonna move her up closer to her. Close that, well, not close the gap on her, but close the gap from her distance and placing.
Here are your standings again, coming into test 6. Ashley Wozni and Kara Napoli, who Napoli has yet to go. Should be one of the next heats. Now Carolyn Prevo looking to finish up. Another one looking to work her way inside the top 11.
When I'm talking about Shefts is working her way closer to a qualifying spot, is that Prevo was one of those athletes. She's going to squeeze the gap or close that gap on, including Ashley Wozni. Keep in mind, we still got another heat to go.
Yeah.
And with a test like this, we've talked about it to this point multiple times, but for good reason, is that you see it's like, okay, the top 10 athletes, 10 heats, they'll be good to go. With elements like this in this high skill, not necessarily the case. And you can have all the capacity in the world and make a mistake. We've already seen that happen multiple times. Go for a rope climb too early.
Is in. Shelby Neal and Annika Greer have found the nearest ice chest, and they're trying to flush out the forearms. There's Ashley Wozni, who is your leader on the floor right now, with less than a minute to go.
With 45 seconds.
5 women so far in this heat have finished. Prevo was the last one.
With 30 seconds.
The final rep for Wozni. She is done. So Wozni in at 15:38.68 seconds.
15
That's the 17th best time we've seen in the test.
Less than 10. 3, 2,
Caitlin Saunders is across as well, but Annika Greer did not set the top time in the test, but wins her heat. 10:52.18 seconds.
Looks like Samantha Pugh's time will stand.
Talking things over with Adrian Bosman, and they took the time to get it right.
Yeah.
That rep did count, and I think you summarized it perfectly. It's a tough job, and that's why we have multiple eyes on things.
Not just multiple eyes, is that, you know, we have the judges on the floor, and then we have 2 head judges that are making sure the right calls are being made at the right time. And Greer, that first round and that little stretch technique played well for her. Now the rep that didn't count initially there, hands below, you can go, and then this reaction, and here's what's important for Greer. On the outside looking in, you need every number of points that you can get. She gets 2nd place so far in this test by 6 seconds. Those 6 seconds she had lost in trying to at least get the rep back. Now, fortunately for her, she did get that rep back and was able to continue on. They made a good judgment call to correct that in the field of play, but we'll see what those points add up at the end of the day.
10:52.18 seconds, second best time we have seen. 1 heat is left here in test number 6 for the women. We are down to the final heat here in test number 6 for the women as we get closer to finding out who will advance to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We got Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. Women's test 6, it's right there in the middle. That is the crux of this test.
If we were naming tests, Sean, this one's called Minesweeper. We got 20 overhead squats at 125, 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, bringing in the alpaca seated legless rope climbs that we didn't get to see last year at the CrossFit Games, 20 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups, then work our way back up the list.
The top time came out of heat number 3. It was Samantha Pugh, who needed just 4 minutes to get through all the gymnastics elements and got across the finish line in 10 minutes, 46 seconds flat.
And here's the thing, there are some times out there you don't need to chase. And in the attempt to do that, you can actually lose what you would have done if you just paced yourself out. That 4-minute middle time frame is absolutely absurd how good that was. And sometimes, hey, I'm gonna let you get your win and I'm gonna play my own game.
10 women here in the final heat. Fisa Goffi in lane 2. She comes in 7th place overall. Still has some work to do, but on the right side of that cut line.
On the right side of these tests, she got through a big 2 days of heavy tests. And what she did last night in test number 4, that snatch event, was huge for Fisa Goffi.
And over in lane number 8, Alexis Raptis, 6th place overall with 382 points.
Hey, are we doing handstand push-ups? We're doing handstand push-ups, right? Well, we're going to talk about Alexis Raptis if he got handstand push-ups. Won the Echo Bike Challenge at the Games last year.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
The final heat is underway. Start with the 20 overhead squats at 125 pounds. And there is Emma Lawson. The black top.
I'm curious, Emma Lawson has that elbow sleeve on. Never seen that.
As a Masters athlete, I'm like, can I get one of those?
It's standard issue for you turn 35 years old, and all of a sudden in the mail comes one elbow sleeve. Not two, one.
Well, Emma Carey's going to be first to the rower. Emma Carey, our overall leader coming into this test with 428 points, 6 points up on Amanda Barnhart. Now Emma Lawson is there. Raptis, Brandon, Barnhart, with Paige Powers, the rest of the field.
See, Emma Carey doing her best Noel Olsen impression. Coming out hot. But that's what she does. Here's the thing. She can hang on. And she talked about it yesterday. It's just something. I was actually talking to Matt Torres before we got here this weekend. He's like, the thing I have to do with Emma Carey is just to sometimes put the brakes on, put the governor on, because she wants to charge headlong into it. She's fearless. She also has the ability to sustain those things. And she said it the other day, it's like, I'm not afraid to hurt, I'm not afraid to go hard. And when you have the ability to actually sustain that, that's a great combination in competition, maybe not training every day.
Let's go down to Mike Arsenault.
Just had a chance to talk to Josh Woolley, Emma Lawson's coach. Chase, you mentioned the elbow sleeve. She tweaked it a little bit on her 205 snatch in test number 4. So we'll see if that is a factor during the gymnastics portion of this test or also the final 20 overhead squats.
Definitely keeping an eye on that as Emma Lawson works her way closer to those 20 wall-facing handstand push-ups.
And the thing, when Mike, you're talking about the gymnastics portion, a big part of that I'm thinking of is those seated legless rope climbs. And because when you look at the elbow specifically, what is some of the biggest muscles you're using that is actually one of the smallest ones when it comes to the climb, and that's your actual bicep. And where that inserts in that elbow position, depending on how that got strained yesterday, could be the tougher movement of the gymnastics test we have in the middle.
Hands in the air now for both Emma Lawson and Emma Carey. Emma Carey is done.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we found
Right
out
to work on the
yesterday, she is
handstand
not
pirouettes.
afraid to suffer.
Here comes Emma Lawson. She'll be the second woman off, along with Alexis Raptis.
Some of the athletes turn it away. Alexis Raptis up and inverted. Lawson, I believe, also on the move.
One more pirouette. Emma Carey.
And Fisa Gaffi and Amanda Barnhart are just getting off the row. Now for Fisa Gaffi, the middle part is where she's excited about. For Amanda Barnhart, quite the opposite. Barnhart being the middle part of your screen in the dark shorts about midway through. We're talking to her yesterday, it's like this is the survival event for Amanda Barnhart, where Fisa Gaffi is nearly the opposite.
Emma Carey right to work on her rope climbs. Emma Lawson right next to her as well. There's Alexis Raptis and Danielle Brandon.
Raptis is really doing some textbook legless climbs.
This is rep number 2 for Emma Carey on the left side of your screen.
Yeah, Carey, good climb, steady. Extending a little bit in the arm. You don't really want the elbow joint to open up past 90 degrees. It's just not a strong position to be in. If I talk to you, it's like, hey, what would you rather do, a bicep curl? Full extension to halfway or halfway to the shoulder? Look at Alexis Raptis on the right side of your screen. Look how close she keeps her elbows. She's climbing with her lats, not her biceps. That, ladies and gentlemen, is how you do a legless rope climb.
Emma Carey is on to the wall-facing handstand push-ups.
No rep and went back up. Whoa, what a baller move. Oh.
Danielle Brandon, meanwhile, is on to the handstand push-ups, along with Emma Lawson and Amanda Barnhart.
Danielle Brandon.
Pardon me, that's not Amanda Barnhart. That is Emma Carey.
Now let's see what Alexis Raptis does. Like I said, she won the Echo Press last year that had the wall-facing handstand push-ups debut at a deficit. Alexis Raptis being in the light blue left middle part of your screen.
Barnhart now making, I believe that's her second ascent up the rope as Raptis.
Is that unbroken? Oh, getting water. We're getting water. Okay.
The two Emmas, Emma Lawson and Emma Carey. Lawson on the left, Carey on the right.
Now, one thing for Carey, if you look on the right side of your screen, look at where her head is hitting right between her hands, and that those elbows are flaring out. I was talking to Dave Durante the other day about the wall-facing handstand push-ups itself, and you want to keep your elbows in as tight as you can and not actually get your head between your hands. That is not a good position. Think about a strict press, Sean. If you put the hands directly over your heads, that's not a strong position to be in. You want the elbows in, bar in front, or even dumbbells in front to be in a strong base position to press from.
Well, Danielle Brandon is now taking the lead. She's back to the rope for the second time here as she got through her 20 wall-facing handstand push-ups. And Emma Lawson, right side of your screen, she's onto the rope climbs as well. Those are your top two. Here comes Alexis Raptis now on the left.
I'm curious about Raptis. She had that no rep in these previous two. She went a couple hand lengths down and then back up. And the question there is like, is there going to be a lasting effect? Because to stop your momentum and to restart that mid-climb is absolutely insane.
Paige Powers is also on her second and final set of rope climbs. She's on the right side.
Paige Powers qualifying individually for the open division for the first time last year. Great performance at her semifinal along with Emma Lawson, but taking a win at Wodapalooza this year, and Paige Powers is riding some great momentum.
Well, Danielle Brandon, this won't be a problem for her. She's on the handstand pirouettes, most likely going to go unbroken here. Now, Paige Powers is done as well. She has moved into second place. Emma Lawson is finished. Danielle Brandon to the rower. 10:46, that's the top time. Second and third place on the right side of your screen, Paige Powers and Emma Lawson. And now Alexis Raptis is on to her second and final handstand pirouettes.
Danielle Brandon is 12 seconds off the pace for Samantha Pugh, but the difference here is that Danielle Brandon being in the final heat and a couple other athletes much closer to her in this heat than Pugh was, is that if she can have a strong row and some quick squats, she may be able to take over that best time.
Paige Powers in second place behind Brandon. Now Alexis Raptis is to the rower. But Emma Carey starting to fall off the lead pace here. She was out front quickly and slowed on those wall-facing handstand push-ups, and now looking to close out her rope climbs, and she will do it.
That's one of the things for Emma Carey. As I said, we saw her struggling a little bit on the wall-facing handstand push-ups, and just the cumulative total of that upper body pulling, upper body pressing. That's one of Emma Carey's, I would say, weaknesses when it comes to her overall skill set. Now, she has improved, but when you're going to the likes of, the Danielle Brandons and the Alexis Rapises in your own heat, it might not look as good as it could be.
Well, Emma Carey's getting called back to the line as Emma Lawson is through. Hands have to start behind those lines. And remember, something we haven't talked about is that you have to stay in your lane on these pirouettes. Your hands cannot touch those white lines on either side of the lane on the pirouettes. But Danielle Brandon's in her final 100 meters on the left side of your screen.
Appears to be the only one in the last 100 meters of this row.
Here comes Emma Carey to the rower. And Danielle Brandon is done, and she will have a little more than a minute to get her 20 overhead squats if she wants to take this test.
Overhead squats, 2 sets of 10.
Sean, look at the left side of your screen. Amanda Barnhart is now got to the rower. She said, I'm just trying to survive, and she's sitting here in the top 6 in this heat.
She said this was just damage control for this test, and mission accomplished for her. Danielle Brandon almost done with her first set of 10. She has now 1 rep remaining.
10 reps in. She really fans. Kiki Boyd on that time.
10:46 from Samantha Pugh from heat 3.
As Xander Brandon's getting to the bar. In the backside, Alexis Raptis and Paige Powers are getting to their first reps side by side.
Brandon's going to have a really good shot here of taking test number 6. Danielle Brandon is going to do it. Danielle Brandon energy here to take test 6 and wrap up 100 points. And now Paige Powers and Alexis Raptis are fighting for second place in the heat. Annika Greer looks like she's going to wrap up second place with her time.
One thing to look at here, Sean, Paige Powers' left elbow. It's a little bit blocked by her head, but she doesn't have a steady lockout there. You can see that arm shaking, reaching back a little bit, where Alexis Raptis on the right is just locked in tight. That's the fatigue buildup of the gymnastic skills we've had.
1 rep remaining for both Raptis and Powers. I think Raptis is going to get across the finish line first.
I believe Paige hung onto that bar. That was incredible.
It's going to be Raptis by 0.3 of a second.
I know Emma Lawson is behind your top finishers here, but she is ahead of Emma Carey. And if Lawson wants to get closer and closer to that first place position, she's got to keep chipping away points and taking it away from Emma Carey.
Lawson now with 2 reps remaining. Emma Carey right to work on her second set of 10. Lawson is done, and she is across.
Okay, so at minimum, Lawson's going to pick up 3 on Carey.
Lawson with a 6th place finish in the test.
3 on Barnhart.
And here comes Emma Carey. Amanda Barnhart getting to her second set of 10 overhead squats as Paige Semenza on the far right side of your screen is on her overhead squats.
Barnhart talking yesterday, just trying to survive here.
Last 4 reps.
You're getting a time underneath a 13-minute mark. That's not surviving, that's competing. Looks like Amanda Barnhart has shored up some holes this offseason. Amanda Barnhart looking very dangerous here at the North America East Semifinal.
12:50.13 seconds as you see the standings here as Paige Semenza is one of those women who's hovering around the cut line. 282 points. And she'll certainly help her cause if she can get herself across the finish line. Inside the time cap, that should not be a problem. She only has 10 reps remaining here. Fisa Gaffi is back on the rower.
There's a couple athletes in here. Semenza being one of them. We're talking about the athletes on the outside looking in. Paige Semenza's finishing up here, but Fisa Gaffi is still on the rower. Amanda Fisher hasn't got off the rope, and Caroline Stanley is still on the rope as well. So those are 3 athletes that are opening the door back up to our athletes trying to qualify.
So Paige Semenza will take 16th in the test, 13:46.45 seconds. Less than 2 minutes remaining for Fisa Gaffi through her first 10. So that's Amanda Fisher on the right side back in lane 1 who's just not able to get these rope climbs done.
And this is tough, is that if we think about, the question was, can Sydney Wells hang on to that qualifying position? Decent finish for Sydney Wells, but with Stanley and Fisher struggling, that is good news for Sydney Wells, is maybe not solidifying, but shoring up a better position going into the final event.
Fisa Gaffi will take 20th right now in the test. And I misspoke about Annika Greer. Greer's time will be the 3rd best. Samantha Pugh will take 2nd. But still for Annika Greer,
Oh, great.
That's big.
Yeah. 51 points out of a qualifying position, picking up a big chunk of points here.
94 for Annika Greer. So take a look at Danielle Brandon, who's going to get 100 for the test win.
And Sean, if you get a 20th place finish with this scoring system, you get 50 points. Only 50 points.
Caroline Stanley on the right and Amanda Fisher on the left, just trying to get in a good rep here.
We have less than 30 seconds to go.
We can see as Sydney Wells had 280 points in that 11th place position. Wozni is at 274. She fell off the pace a little bit. Prevost had a decent finish. Chefs had a good finish. Neal, Greer, and we're gonna have a pretty tight race potentially coming into that final event, which nobody wants to see, except everybody. Except maybe 3 people on the cut line, that will say that.
Danielle Brandon will take test 6 with a time of 10 minutes 41 seconds.
Danielle Brandon crushing these legless. So I like to see that little hybrid, hand over hand, switch to the kip or the Michelli. If anybody of those OGs remember back in the day from 2013. Of course, we're getting inverted. Danielle Brandon, great overhead position, and for her 6th semifinal victory in her short career.
As she is with Mike Arsenault.
Danielle, your second test win of the competition. It took 9 months to finally try the legless rope climbs in competition. So what was it like after this long wait?
I thought they felt great. I was more worried about my grip, but they were better. And I don't know, they were good. They were easy.
Now, you struggled with injuries over the last couple of years throughout your CrossFit career. I mentioned 2 test wins here at the semifinal, looking to peak for the games coming up in August. So where are you health-wise right now?
I feel great. We're not even peaked yet. You know, this is something that we just have to make it through. We're not trying to win a semifinal. If we do, great. If not, the games is the focus.
Well, not peaked yet, but that performance will push you onto the podium here in Orlando. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Danielle Brandon, 10 minutes 41 seconds by 5 seconds over Samantha Pugh. Annika Greer really helping her cause with that 3rd place finish, followed by Alexis Raptis and Paige Powers. Women are done. We will return with light coverage of the first 3 heats for the men. Then Chase, Mike, and I will be back starting in heat number 4. So stay with us, everybody, as the final day of individual competition continues here at the North America East Semifinal in Orlando, Florida.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's so not true. I couldn't do 1 push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You got to start from somewhere.
Just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time, and then you'll know that you can.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our first look at the guys taking on test number 6 here. Heat number 1. 20 overhead squats, 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs, 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, 2 seated legless rope climbs. Heading back the other direction towards the rower, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, a 500-meter row, and 20 more overhead squats. 185 for the guys.
Lane number 7, Jordan out of CrossFit Orangeville, I believe was first to that second set of 10, and lane number 1, Luke Burns. But it's a very close race right here. Brandon Four in lane number 3, working on his last overhead squat, but we've got movement on your end, Larry.
Chenier, though, going to be the first to make it to the rower. First to sit down on the rower. He's got a lot of company very quickly, though. And again, folks, this is our first look at our men's division for today. Day 3 for our individuals, 4 for our competition here at the NOBULL CrossFit Semifinals 2023 North America East. 2 more weeks of competition coming up. If you're in California next week, hey, you can head over, visit Kiki and Josh at the North America West. Cheer on some athletes on the West Coast.
That is right, we'll be congregating in Pasadena. I'm sure a lot of those athletes are watching what's going on right here at the North America East semifinal, trying to learn as much as they can.
Chenier passed the 300-meter mark. Brandon Four, hand in the air. Past the several of our athletes passed the 400-meter mark.
It is very close between these fellas right now. As we come up on 3 minutes, the guys, their time cap is 15 minutes. 15 minutes. Making a mental note of it myself, Larry.
She's telling me, not you guys. You're reminding me. There we go. Got our first athlete inverted. First couple athletes inverted.
Brandon Fior seems to have a slight edge right now in the party shorts. Over in lane number 3.
Chenier making the turn. Number 2 in lane number 7. Looking to make that 3rd and final pirouette. Keeping it in bounds. Not quite able to do that. Jordan will reset.
It doesn't have to be pretty. You just got to cut across that yellow line. Oh, so close. Lane number 1 trying to do his final pirouette. Luke Burns in lane number 1. First through those pirouettes.
Jordan Chenier, thumbs up, and he'll join him. Both gonna take, well, no, I lied. Burns not taking much of a pause, going right to work on the rope climb.
Year 1, 2, and 3 at that rogue rig right now. We've got Luke Burns working his way up the rope in the white tank top, blue shorts. In lane number 3, it's Brandon Fior. And in lane number 7, Jordan out of CrossFit Orangeville. Here comes lane number 4, Jordan London out of Rap City CrossFit.
Just past 5 minutes, a third of our way through in our 15-minute time cap. Out of the gate, the struggle is real on the handstand walk pirouettes for our fellas.
Luke Burns, done with those rope climbs. He's trying to catch lane number 7. Jordan out of CrossFit Orangeville. So it is 1, Jordan, 2, Luke Burns, and then 3, looks to be lane number 3, Brandon Fior.
Jordan Chenier, lane number 7, pacing it off, working his way through those chest to wall, strict handstand push-ups.
That red line is 55 inches up off the ground. Those athletes have to have both hands clearly underneath the red tape on that descent before they can get those feet on the ground.
And a thumbs up from the judge, and Chenier locking out that last rep, giving it everything he had. He'll go back for another look at the seated legless rope climbs. 2 to be exact.
Five more reps to go for lane number 1, Luke Burns out of Solidarity CrossFit.
Zane Perez fighting his way through that last handstand pirouette there. It was giving him fits, but he got it. No problem doing the pirouette, little problem staying in bounds, but he got it done.
We're more than halfway on that time cap. So if these fellas have a hope of getting on that finish mat, we are a little more than halfway. They've got to be through at least half of those strict chest to wall handstand push-ups.
Chenier taking a pause for the cause. 1 more to go on his seated legless rope climbs. And we'll see him make that return trip back towards the rower. As we had 8:30 on the clock. Same judge, correction, Jordan's judge calling it back. Here's a couple hand over hands in.
A little over 9 minutes in, Luke Burns looking to get away from that rogue rig, that rope, those chest to wall handstand push-ups. Here we go, our leader in lane number 1, Luke Burns. Trying to get some life back into those arms again before he kicks upside down.
Chenier, thumbs up from the judge, done. Also glad probably to get away from that rope. But now the handstand walk pirouettes 3 on their to-do list on the way back as we hit 10 minutes on our clock. 5 minutes remaining, guys.
All right, lanes 1 and 5 are your 1 and 2. Luke and Caleb. Oh, excuse me, lane number 7 is second, and lane number 5 is currently in third.
Chenier looking like he's gonna take him one block at a time, one pirouette at a time.
Luke Burns over in lane number 1 with about 4 minutes remaining.
Keeping an eye on that clock as we approach 11:30. Chenier in the last block on his pirouette. Handstand walks, looking to stabilize, get across that yellow line. And Jordan heading to the rower.
.200 meters remain for our leader, Luke Burns, as we hit 12 minutes in. 3 minutes to go. 3 minutes.
Hand in the air for Burns down to his last 100 meters on the row. Will he have time to get through those 20 overhead squats and put a finishing time on that card? 5 more heats to go of athletes looking to take on test number 6. Coming up on 13 minutes.
Duddy Buddy over here in lane number 1, looking to get onto that finishing mat. He's got to stand all the way up. I believe that's what that no rep was for. However, he keeps on charging forward. We are done with the first set of 10. He's got to move into that final barbell. Luke Burns might be the only athlete to finish this thing for heat number 1.
Jordan Chenier now onto his first 10.
Athletes, you have 1 minute.
Chenier with a quick pace. He's gonna have to keep that up if he looks to finish before time expires.
Luke Burns needing 2 more reps. 40 seconds.
Burns dumping the bar. Chenier bellies up to the bar as we approach 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Chenier going to work. Can he do it? Orlando, let's get behind your 2 athletes at the finish line.
$15 seconds.
3 reps to go for Jordan Chenier. Can he hang tough?
10 seconds.
1 rep to go for Chenier. And Chenier will finish.
3, 2, 1, tie.
With 3 seconds on the clock, Jordan Chenier setting that time to beat. Going into heat number 2.
Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. Test number 6, kick it off with 20 overhead squats, a 500-meter row to follow, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs, 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, another 2 seated legless rope climbs, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 500-meter row, and finishing back where it started with 20 overhead squats. We definitely saw the separator for the fellas in heat number 1 being the handstand walk pirouettes. Those 3 pirouettes giving our guys a run for their money. Matter of fact, we only had one athlete finish in the first heat. Jordan Chenier finishing with a time of 14:57. 50-minute time cap on this event, so it's just 3 minutes short of that cap. Our first couple of athletes getting there. Davidson, the first to get things moving. Voracek on the rower, along with Sheriff, your 1, 2, and 3 early on here in heat number 2, event of test 6.
All right, Larry, so far we have one athlete who set that time to beat, and I think he just had a couple seconds remaining before that 15-minute time cap. Let's see if we can best that with heat number 2 here. Test number 6 at the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. We're just 2 minutes in as these athletes settle into that 500-meter row. Row, row, row your boat. Or a concept too. I remember when I used to tell people I rowed in college, they'd be like, oh, your arms must be really strong. I'm like, no, no, it's all legs, my friend, all legs.
Neck deep in the first half here of test number 6. Brought to you by GoWOD. Take your mobility to the next level with GoWOD's personalized program. Get a 14 days for free when you download and sign up for the app today. GoWOD, the official mobility partner of the NOBULL CrossFit Games. Hands in the air at the rowers. Looks like it's going to be lane number 5. Voracek going to be the first. Oh, I apologize. He is not. It's going to be Sheriff already up and moving. Sheriff in lane number 8. Lee Dunn, 2 pirouettes in. 1 to go. And Lee Sheriff will be the first across the line. Anthony Voracek not far behind him. Voracek completing pirouette number 3. Thumbs up from the judge. That'll be your 1 and 2 at the ropes.
We got a couple of athletes looking to join them. But first, all eyes on lane number 8. Looks like his rep is good on that rope climb. Lane number 3 working his way up. That's Ben Davidson of CrossFit Mayhem. One more climb to go for Davidson in lane number 3. Lane number 8 is done with his first set of rope climbs. Moving into those handstand push-ups.
Lee Sheriff, a Camel City CrossFit athlete. Quick work thus far. No issues for Lee on the handstand walk pirouettes or the rope climbs. Now he goes to work on those strict chest to wall handstand push-ups. Like we pointed out, only one finisher in heat number 1, and that time unofficially right around 14:57. Lee Sheriff, 1 rep to go. And he will roll out nicely past the halfway point in the required work now, with less than 5:30 elapsed thus far.
Skyler finishing up his handstand walks, handstand pirouettes, and goes right into that legless rope climb in lane number 1. looks like we're gonna have possibly one of the athletes coming out for those handstand walks, hopefully soon.
Thumbs up for Sharon there in lane number 8. Lee Dunn with the rope climbs. Let's see how we navigate these handstand walk pirouettes on the way back. He had no issue on the way to the rig. A whole lot of work done since he walked down there the first time, though. Sheriff, got some people in the audience. I hear them screaming, "Come on, Lee, let's go." Anthony Voracek, lane number 5, appears to be done with his second look at the legless rope climbs from the seated position. He'll be next up on the handstand walk pirouette.
They are halfway to time cap right now. 7 minutes and, well, now we're at 45 seconds in.
Sharon getting the first one done, a little out of bounds on the second one. Voracek not able to stay up after completing the first one, so they're tied up at 1 apiece right now. Gaudreau coming out to join him. Gaudreau getting one done as well. Sharon getting his second one done, coming down, resetting to try to get that third one knocked out and get back on that rower as we approach 8:30 on the clock. Sharon, thumbs up from the judge, 3 and done on the handstand walk pirouettes, back to the rower. As we hit 9 minutes on the clock. Sharon gonna have a little bit of company out of lane number 6. Nicholas Gaudreau getting to the rower as well. Both these fellas ripping on that paddle as we pass 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Again, a 15-minute time cap in place for the guys. As we pointed out, only one athlete finishing this event under the time cap. Jordan Chenier in heat number 1. Voracek makes 3.
Like Larry was saying, we've got our 1, 2, and 3 on that erg right there, that concept 2, as we hit 10 minutes in towards that 15-minute time cap, so less than 5 minutes to go.
300 meters in is Sharon in lane number 8, your leader. Gaudreau also reaching 300 meters, putting himself in second. Voracek rounding out your 1, 2, and 3 here in heat number 2 as we pass 10 minutes and 30 seconds on our clock. Hand in the air for Lee Sharon, lane number 8. Sharon staring down the last 100 meters. Gaudreau making up some ground there, though, in lane number 6. Also hand in the air from his judge last 100 meters. Sharon wiggling out of the stirrups, and he will head first to the barbell. Gonna get his knee sleeves in order. Chalk up first as we pass 11 minutes and 7 seconds on the clock. Gaudreau may have just pulled ahead on the overhead squats.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for these athletes. You guys cheer them on. They are fighting to get to that finish line.
Gaudreau grounding the barbell. Sheriff looking to finish up this 10, and he will do that. Sheriff retaking that lead with those last 3 reps. Gaudreau done, joining Sheriff for 10 reps to go. We're approaching the 2.5-minute mark, getting very close. Gaudreau not wasting any time, going right to work on his overhead squats. Gaudreau now in the lead. A handful, matter of fact, 4 reps now to go for Gaudreau. He will ground the barbell. Sheriff into action. Can he catch Gaudreau? Gaudreau back into the saddle. A no rep for Gaudreau. 2 reps for Gaudreau. Make that 1-4 for Sheriff, but it's going to be Gaudreau across the line. Just past 13 minutes. We'll get an official time for you. And Sheriff will bring it home right around 13:10.
Anthony Voracek in lane number 5. Looking to finish this up next. He's got 5 reps remaining. He needs 2 more reps. He's got the time. Jacob Hart joining in on those overhead squats at that first barbell. Athletes, you have about a minute remaining. There it is, 1 minute. Ladies and gentlemen, Anthony Voracek getting onto that finishing mat. We have 40 seconds. 3, 2, 1, time. That is a wrap for heat number 2. Set the new time to be around 13:04. Give or take a second. Heat 3 up next. 10 seconds. Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. The clock is live for test number 6. Heat number 3. Starting with 20 overhead squats, followed by 500-meter row, then 3 handstand walk pirouettes, right to the rig for 2 seated legless rope climbs, to the glass for 20 strict chest-to-wall handstand push-ups, back to the rope for 2 seated legless rope climbs, back towards the rower for a 500-meter row, and then cap it all off with a final 20 overhead squats, all at 185 on the barbell for the guys. Nicholas Goudreau setting the time to beat 13:04 in heat number 2. Cam Crockett leading the way to the rower. Crockett in lane number 4, gonna get the first pull under his belt. Bauer right there with him, along with Ray. And Charles here, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Lorizio also in the mix as well. Very early in this particular event, though, only 90 seconds in. 15-minute time cap for the fellas.
If you're just joining us, this is heat number 3 of 6. Individual test number 6 here at the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. They are working on 500 meters here for this row. The row never really seems to be the problem. That happens a little bit later on here. These guys, they got this row. 500 meters, working their way towards it. They just got a couple hundred meters remaining.
Hand in the air, lane number 4, Cam Crockett. Hand in the air for Bauer.
Johnny Charles also with his judge's hand in the air, so that is your 1, 2, and 3. Here goes lane number 4, Cam Crockett. We'll see how he goes with these pirouette handstand walks.
Crockett through the first pirouette. Cam squaring things up, finishing number 2. Johnny Charles right there with him, though, side by side. Synchro pirouettes, if you will, but it's going to be Charles across the line, just ahead of Crockett. Marcelo Carrizio, the next up. Marcelo done with pirouette number 3, and that will be your 1, 2, and 3, getting to the rope. Ray hanging tough, almost dropping there after that third pirouette. Hanging tough though, making it across the line. Bauer getting number 3 done. Jason Ray, 1 rope climb in. It's going to be Johnny Charles, your leader there. In lane number 3. The first to finish up his 2 seated legless rope climbs, and he'll be chest to the wall first. Oh, I'm sorry. He'll be right in there with Marcelo Clarizio already on the wall. Marcelo in red, don't know how I missed him.
Ben Sexton over in lane number 2 finishes up his last handstand pirouette, and now he can join the fellas at that rogue rig. We got push-ups happening in lane number 3, Johnny Charles of CrossFit Dreamland. But a hand is in the air for lane at number 6, Marcelo Clarizio.
Marcelo just a handful of reps to go, but he comes off the wall. Ray with about 5 to go. Last one. Clarizio, he will head back to the rope. Past the center point of this event, if you will. 6:30 on the clock. Lane number 6, Marcelo putting 1 rope climb on the books of his last 2.
We are 7 minutes into this, towards that 15-minute time cap. We're almost halfway to that time cap as these athletes look to complete their workload within that rogue rig.
Johnny Charles, lane number 3, descending the rope. Thumbs up from the judge. And he will be your first athlete, making his way back down the field of play towards the rower. Clarizio, lane number 6, same story.
Clarizio going right into his handstands.
Marcelo putting the first pirouette in the books. Jason Ray also done. He will make it 3. Right now, your current leader, Clarizio in lane number 6 with 1 and done. But here comes Charles. Charles gonna kick down. Clarizio looking to complete number 2. Going for number 3. But steps out of bounds.
Lane number 3, your new leader, Johnny Charles out of CrossFit Dreamland. So it is 1, Charles, 2, Clarizio, 3 is Ray.
Marcelo across the line. He'll join Johnny at the rowers. Just past 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Jason Ray looking to make it 3 on the rowers, looking to finish his 3rd handstand pirouette. Cam Crockett 2 in also looking to make it 3. Crockett there in lane number 4. Crockett from CrossFit Cadre looking to close shop on the handstand walk pirouette. Same story for Jason Ray. Jason Ray out of CrossFit Valdosta.
Less than 5 minutes remain for our fellas of heat number 3. A hand in the air for Johnny Charles.
Charles coming out of the rower. Oh, CrossFit Dreamland making his way to the barbell. Time to beat 13:04 as we approach 11 minutes on the clock. Marcelo Clarizio looking to finish up at the rower. Marcelo from CrossFit Del East.
Four minutes remain, less than 4 minutes for lane number 3. Johnny Charles looking to get across that finish line. He needs 20 overhead squats. Here comes Clarizio.
Johnny Charles. Looks like 1 rep to go on his first 10.
There we go, 10 more to go, Larry.
Marcelo, 3 reps to go on his first 10. Marcelo, Clarizio done, moving forward. Keeping that heat on Johnny Charles.
As we hit 12 minutes, these athletes get into position for their last 10 reps. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for these athletes.
"12 minutes and 30 seconds on the clock. Almost there. Johnny Charles catches a no rep with 2 to go. As we approach 13 minutes to get that time to beat. Set by Gaudreau, 13:04-ish. We didn't get an official time for you.
Clarizio in the red shirt, grabbing the barbell and going. We have 2 minutes remaining.
4 reps to go for Marcelo, but he's gonna lose the barbell forward. And it's gonna leave it to Johnny Charles with 1 rep to go. Can he do it? Charles stands it up. Make some noise, Orlando, for Johnny Charles.
A minute and a half remains.
Marcelo, 2 reps to go. 1 rep to go. Give it up, Orlando, for Marcelo Clarizio. Cam Crockett making quick work of his first 10 there in lane number 4, last rep. And Crockett will advance forward. Jason Ray looking to do the same in lane number 7 as we pass 14 minutes.
Athletes, you've got 45 seconds.
Jason Ray, 10 reps in, moving towards the barbell, scanning left and right. Crockett moving towards the barbell. Coming up on 30 seconds, athletes.
They are cheering on Kyle Bowman. Got through his handstand pirouettes.
Let's get behind them, Orlando. Last few reps for these guys. Can they get it done under that time cap?
He's got 10 seconds.
Just a couple of reps each.
3, 2, 1, time.
And Cam Crockett under the time. Jason Ray looked like he might have got the last rep done, but didn't quite get across the line. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for all your athletes here in heat number 3.
Halfway through test number 6 here for the men as they open their final day of competition at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinals in Orlando, Florida. Thank you so much for watching today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. After 5 tests, here are the overall standings. Jeff Adler currently occupies the top spot on the leaderboard with 449 points. Jason Hopper and Dallin Pepper right now, the other 2 podium spots. The top 12 men will advance to the CrossFit Games. The last man in right now would be Austin Hatfield with 321 points. He has a 34-point lead on Benoit Boulanger, but as we saw with the women, there are quite a few landmines here in test number 6.
That's right, CrossFit Games semifinal version of Minesweeper. With test number 6, we have 20 overhead squats at 185 pounds, 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, and here come the seated leg lifts that we didn't get to see last year at the CrossFit Games, followed by those 20 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups. Work our way back up the list after that.
What is your recipe for success here?
This is hugely supportive on efficiency and execution, and that's going to reign supreme in this test, meaning good positions, good technique, and good times to whether you should be intense or not be intense. And then, listen, the barbell is going to take the precedence on where we put the intensity in the beginning part. That row is just a pace keeper for these athletes.
10 men in this 4th of 6 heats, and lane number 1 is Nate Ackerman. He is the champion of the 16 to 17-year-old division at the CrossFit Games of 2021.
Well, we got a young buck in here, 19 years old, getting some big boy experience.
10 seconds. Stand by.
That was Jake Berman we were showing, not Nate Ackerman. Nate Ackerman is in the bottom of your screen in the white shirt in lane number 1. The score to beat, top time, Nicholas Goudreau, 13 minutes, 3.97 seconds. Put that up in heat number 2.
10 overhead squats, 185. There's 2 barbells out here on the floor. They'll drop the bar and advance to the next one. And for athletes that maybe not have as good of an overhead position or enjoy that movement as much, this break, this forced break is a little bit of a godsend for them. They don't have to challenge themselves by going 20 reps unbroken.
Jacob Pfaff in lane 5 will be the first man to the rower. Colin Garnick is there. There's Marquand Jones and Jake Berman.
The row is in an interesting part of this test. It's right after the overhead squats, the very beginning of this. And it really is that middle movement between two ends of the spectrum on the field. You've got the weightlifting with the overhead squats at 185, and then this 500-meter row is a little bit of a break before we get to the bulk of this test, which is the pirouettes, legless rope climbs, and wall-facing handstand push-ups.
There is Nate Ackerman, 29th place overall coming in. Best finish was tied for 17th in test 2. But as you said, getting some big boy experience here.
That's right. Sitting up here in the last 3 heats, just 19 years old. 19 years old.
Incredible weekend for our athletes and our
For the only thing I was doing at 19 was trying to get home on time on the weekends with curfew.
After this 500-meter row, it's the 3 handstand pirouettes, followed by the seated rope climbs and the wall-facing handstand push-ups.
As we're working through this test on the row itself, I said it's a little bit of a bookmark or a slight speed bump with the important pieces here. And this is a moment where athletes can work through the barbell, make sure we get to the row without any wasted time, wasted energy, and then this is an opportunity to really just catch your breath, right? Put a little bit into the legs. We're getting very upper body focused after this. Inverted pressing pirouettes, legless rope climbs from a seated position, wall-facing handstand push-ups and back down. So it's about to get real for these athletes as they get off the rower.
Jacob Pfaff is judged. His hand was in the air first, followed by Marquand Jones, and then Colin Garnick down in lane number 7. Pfaff is the first man off.
Do that pirouette in the box that has the decal.
Athletes have to stay in their lanes on the pirouette. Any part of their hand touches the white lines, it's a no rep. And Jacob Pfaff looking to go unbroken. Here comes in. That's going to be a no rep for Pfaff as Marquand Jones in the red shorts is able to hang on, and Marquand Jones is through.
Which is impressive for Marquand Jones. You remember yesterday in test 4, he goes out there and snatches 295 pounds. Can he also go unbroken, inverted on his hands with some pirouettes in the middle.
Well, Nate Ackerman, meanwhile, has joined Marquand Jones at the rope along with Colin Garnick as Jacob Pfaff is trying to get through that pirouette. Marquand Jones, no problem on his first seated legless rope climb. Making sure he was looking right at the judge to get the down signal there.
Is it okay? And the standards here is that you see that red tape line at the bottom of the rope. To start the seated legless climb, hands must be completely below, feet off the ground, then they make their climb. From there, the legs can drop like a normal legless rope climb. Hands at or above the tape line at the top. So hands below right here for Marquand, hand under, control, down.
2 reps done for Marquand Jones. He'll head to the wall for the wall-facing handstand push-ups. There's Dylan Pettit in lane 6. That's Colin Garnick on the right side of your screen. These are your top 2 men. Nate Ackerman also in that battle for the top spot on the left side in the white shirt. 20 wall-facing handstand push-ups here.
Yep, 20 here coming off those 2 legless. The one thing different between the men and the women in this test is that it's a 1 minute less on that time cap. So the time cap for the men is 15 minutes, different than we saw for the women.
Nate Ackerman and Colin Garnick fighting for the top spot. Garnick is a busy man. He's starting a doctorate of physical therapy this month. He's flying back to class right after this competition.
What'd you do this weekend? Nothing. Look how vertical and stacked Ackerman is. I'm not gonna waste any energy standing up to get back to the rope. I'm just gonna knee slide over here.
Meanwhile, Marquand Jones is starting to get hit with some no reps on these wall-facing handstand push-ups.
I think for him, it's just where his hand position is. And after a few reps, those hands tend to slide, not intentionally. But you have to have one part of the hand in contact with the tape line at all times. And for Marquand, he's a longer, taller athlete, so he's trying to basically maximize as much width as he can in that hand position. That could be just one thumb on the tape is good to go.
Down at lane 9, Matthias Porter is also on to his second set of seated rope climbs. He's in the blue shirt on the left side of your screen.
One more rope climb for lane number 1.
Ackerman on the right side is our leader. This is his final legless rope climb.
Get hands below, secure before he comes down to the ground.
Ackerman will head back for 3 more handstand walk pirouettes.
I would like to thank Marquand Jones for not wearing a shirt to remind me that I do need to get back into the gym after this weekend is over.
Ackerman got through his first pirouette. He's taking a break, and now Marquand Jones will join Ackerman on the handstand pirouette.
And this is where the efficiency piece comes into play. We're talking about our keys to success here is what has the previous movements done to you getting into this handstand walk. Marquand Jones went unbroken on the way out. Now the question is, what has really taken its toll on the way back? Now every section is a 5-foot section, so you see solid lines, you see dotted lines. Those are still its own individual box. So athletes can come down every 5-foot section. That is fine. They don't have to go unbroken the whole way.
More men getting to the second handstand pirouettes. Matthias Porter in lane 9 and also Peter Mason in lane 8.
Oh, Marquand's finger touched the outside of the lane. So Sean, as you were saying earlier, the edges of the lane, the hands cannot come in contact with those.
Nate Ackerman continues to lead. You can see him on the now bottom right-hand part of your screen. He's the only man on the rower. Marquand Jones is going to join him soon as he is now through his third handstand pirouette. Time to beat is 13 minutes, 3.97 seconds. That belongs to Nicholas Gaudreau, who put that time up in heat number 2.
And this is an opportunity for Ackerman and Jones to put a lot more into the legs. You don't have to have a big upper body pull for the pace at which you should row this 500 meter. If this was more of, we have a 500 meter to finish the test, that's different. You're gonna have to utilize the whole body. There's not really a comfortable, slow row pace, unfortunately.
Let's go down to Mike Arsenault, who is standing right by Nate Ackerman's rower.
Well, speaking of that row pace, Chase, you mentioned he's been between 145 and 148 through the entirety of this 500-meter section thus far.
Not a bad pace for Nate Ackerman from just down the road at CrossFit Naples.
And now lane number 4, Jake Berman also in that But our man in lane number
And now Ackerman is done, and he will head back to the barbell. The 20 overhead squats at 185 pounds for Nate Ackerman as he looks to set the new top time with 2 heats remaining. He will get right to work.
In his sights right now.
He's got 5 reps in towards 20.
4 remaining in this first set of 10, and then he will advance to the next barbell.
Test number 6, heat number 4.
There's 5 men, now 6 back on the rower. As Ackerman steps up to the final barbell, he has plenty of time here to set the new top time.
Yeah, plenty of guys after him too. We got 20 more still yet to take the competition floor.
Here we go. Working on your hands together for Madison.
And Ackerman is going to do it. He demolishes the top time by nearly 2 minutes.
Coming across around 11:10, give or take a couple seconds.
Waiting for his official time, but it will be the new top time as Marquand Jones will look to be the second man across the finish line here in heat number 4. But Ackerman came in around 11:10.
The show he put on yesterday, snatching 290 pounds. We know this weight ain't no thing for Marquand Jones with 4 reps remaining. Get those hands ready.
Marquand Jones with 1 rep left. And he is in, and that will be the second best time so far in this test. Ackerman came in at 11:09.96 seconds. And now in lane 4, that's Jake Berman on the left side of your screen. And Matthias Porter on the right. The two of them on their final sets of 10.
Saw that on the right with Porter is getting that front rack receiving position and basically doing a squat jerk into the first rep. We were told in the briefing that that is good to go for these athletes here.
And a no rep for Berman, so Matthias Porter, if he hangs on, will be the next man across the finish line here. Colin Gardick is now through his first half of overhead squats as Porter is across the finish line. Gardick's the man in the green shirt. Peter Mason just missed the snatch there, and it's Nate Ackerman in the blue shorts. At the bottom of your screen, upper left-hand part of your screen is Selvin Ramjatan as Jake Berman is in. Gardick now is across. Peter Mason. Now 4 reps remaining, now 3.
She's just doing everything he can to stabilize that overhead position, and that's what this test is doing in the middle. Handstand walks, seated legless climbs, handstand push-ups, all combining to just throw a wrench in that overhead position for these final overhead squats. I mean, when you're seeing athletes that were snatching 275, 285 yesterday, failing a 185 snatch, that goes to show you how hard these last overhead squats really are.
Selvin Ramjatan on the right side of your screen has now 1 rep left as Mason will edge him out at the finish. Ramjatan is in. 30 seconds remain. That's Dylan Pettit stepping up to the barbell. Jacob Pfaff on the rower next to him.
15 seconds. 10 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise.
Jacob Pfaff is going to try to get 1 rep in here. Won't be able to do it. Nate Ackerman, by almost 2 minutes, sets the new top time at 11:09.96 seconds.
And he did his, as we said at the top of the show, very efficient, methodical with his movement, good positions, was never really rushed. And that's the thing is how fast he was moving, but how steady he was doing it. It's very deceptive as far as his pace. But Marquand Jones was out early, but then he got a no rep because of the hands sliding off the tape line. And that opened the door for Nate Ackerman. And Ackerman wasting no time on these pirouettes as he's worked his way down the floor. Marquand Jones struggled a little bit towards the tail end of the pirouettes, and Nate Ackerman, once he got the lead, he never gave it back. And that's gonna be a tough time to beat.
Heat results for Heat 4. It's Nate Ackerman and Marquand Jones going sub 12. Matthias Porter in at 12:49. And then Jake Berman and Colin Garnick rounding out the top 5. 2 heats remain here in test 6 for the men. Four heats down, 2 remain here in test number 6 for the individual men on the final day of competition at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal from Orlando, Florida. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram, and Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. Test number 6 presented by GoWad. It's that part right in the middle that makes a difference.
And you got to have it all dialed in, your technique, your strategy, and you got to make sure that your body is going to cooperate with what your mind wants to do. 20 overhead squats at 185 into a 500-meter row. And then, as you said, Sean, the meat in the middle. 3 handstand walk pirouettes, 2 seated legless rope climbs, and 20 strict chest-to-wall pull-ups. Work your way back up the list to finish.
Let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, let's talk about that strategy on these legless rope climbs. Of course, the key is going to be transition, getting these reps done as quickly as possible. So look for some athletes, including Spencer Panchik, to keep his hands on the rope the entire time. So in terms of resting, don't take the arms off the rope. Keep at least one hand on the rope. It's a mental cue to keep pushing forward. As soon as you take your hands off, your brain's going to think, okay, it's time to rest. Keep your hands on and go as hard as you can.
We see a lot of that when athletes are doing cycling barbells and stepping away from the bar versus standing right over it.
10 men in this 5th of 6 heats. And Austin Hatfield in lane number 6 right now would be the last man in. Yeah, 12th place overall.
He's the gatekeeper at 321 points. Boulanger about 34 points behind him, but Spencer Panchik is still within striking distance.
Jack Farlow in 11th place overall with 329 points. He's only 8 points up on Hatfield.
And we saw anything in the women's side is that anything can happen in test number 6. You could be leading by 3 minutes and have 1 no rep on a legless rope climb, and then you give 5 minutes back to the field.
Plenty of men done with their first set of 10 and now moving to the barbell for their second set of 10. Jack Farlow right in the middle. He was one of the first guys done. Austin Hatfield just failed on the left there. He's right back to work.
And as we talk about execution-based, good positions, it's a race, but you got to be in a good position, especially with an overhead squat. You're 1 inch out of that bar out in front, it's coming down. Five-meter row, put the work into the legs. Look at Jack Farlow. He's not reaching out in front. He's doing a very, I don't want to say lazy pull as far as his intention, but a very relaxed pull. He's putting it all in the hips and the legs. So when you're doing that is that you're saving your arms for what's to come. The reason why this is a good strategy for Jack Farlow is because this 500-meter row doesn't really have an impact on the rest of the test unless you row too hard. And so for him, since the 500-meter row is not that much of an important piece, you can sit back, maybe sit your heels in a different row position that would say an efficient stroke, and just use your hips and heels to get the job done.
Jack Farlow and Garrett Clark right now are your top men on this 500-meter row. Clark coming off his best finish of the competition. He took 3rd place in test number 5.
Great under 800 to finish out. Good on the machines. Machine work is something that he wanted to see coming into this weekend.
And once again, have to congratulate him. He is expecting a baby boy. He'll be a dad soon. Got to get that dad strength.
Still waiting on that, Sean. Must have got lost in the mail.
It's been rumored.
Yeah, I tried again too, and it still didn't show up.
There's Spencer Panchik.
Spencer Panchik is the last hope to have a Panchik at the CrossFit Games, currently sitting 14th overall.
Yeah, 14th overall with 275 points. And Jack Farlow is off and onto his handstand walk and pirouettes, as is Spencer Panchik and Garrett Clark. Also Seth Stovall. Dennis Samsonoff is on his handstand walks as well, as is Tyler Kuchtefel, and it's going to be Jack Farlow done first onto the 2 seated rope climbs.
Call back from the alpaca, the movement that never was that we wish it could have been, and that's this from the seated position, hands start below the tape line, get at and above the top one, and then make sure you drop off that show of control right below the tape line before you drop.
Farlow right back to work. There is Seth Stovall. And Farlow was already through 2 reps. There's Spencer Panchik, who did take both hands off of the rope to chalk up. He's already got 1 down. This is his final rep here.
That little kick at the end.
And that rep will count. I think the judge was telling him to be careful how fast. You can't slide down the rope. You got to climb. Evan Rogers in lane 3 is on his wall facing handstand push-ups. You can see him with no shirt on in the box on the left side of your screen in the long pants. And also keep an eye on lane 10. Dennis Samsonoff.
Look at Spencer Panchik's feet on the wall. He's putting his shoes flat, and why he's doing that is because the tops of your shoes have no rubber on the edges. Unfortunately, the front, and you can see that 1 foot stick, that's just the rubber sole sticking on the shoe. Look to the left. See how the shoes just stick a little bit all the way up, stick a little bit out. That's a good move for Saxon Panchik, trying to get as least resistance on the wall as possible.
Dennis Samsonoff has now moved into the lead. He's on his second and final set of seated legless rope climbs. Jack Farlow in lane 5 is back to his second set of seated legless rope climbs. Now he has 1 remaining. Samsonoff with 1 remaining as well.
That last legless climb for Spencer looked pretty tough.
Farlow is through his final 2 legless rope climbs. This is the last one for Samsonoff.
One thing we haven't really touched.
And he got a no rep. I think maybe his legs pinched.
Well, that's the thing. They talked about that in the athlete briefing, is that pinching with the thighs is going to be watched intently by these judges.
And Spencer Panchik is through as Jack Farlow is onto his second of 3 pirouettes. And here comes Spencer Panchik, and now a no rep. Here comes Spencer Panchik. Spencer Panchik and Jack Farlow dead even now.
Now Farlow has a very slow turn.
Garrett Clark has moved into 3rd. He's on the left side of your screen in the green shorts. Tyler Kuchtefel is moving to the handstands, and now a no rep for Farlow. Spencer Panchik now in the lead. Back to the rower for his final 500 meters. Time to beat is 11:09.96 seconds, and right now Spencer Panchik is ahead of that pace.
46 seconds ahead of that pace coming into the row. And I tell you what, Spencer Panchik took a gamble on himself on that last legless row climb. I said after the third one, he was struggling on the way up, so much so that he was just trying to get both hands to touch the tape, basically shorting as few as he can, and he took a gamble on that last one. It's paying off so far.
Jack Farlow has joined Spencer Panchik on the rower.
Farlow has 28-second lead on Ackerman's time, 16 seconds behind Panchik. Now, one thing with Farlow, we'll have to see how it comes to the overhead squats. Obviously, the kid's got some strength, snatching over 300 pounds yesterday. But on the pirouettes, talking about time under tension, Sean, and one thing having a bar held over your head at the same time, but those slow pirouettes, it's just going to take a lot more out of the shoulders just sitting in that inverted position. But again, this 500-meter row here, this is an opportunity for athletes to give their arms a little bit of a break, right? You can't row without the arms here, but put the effort into your legs.
That's Austin Hatfield, who is having trouble here on this second round of handstand pirouettes, and he is in 11th place. He would be the last man in. 34 points up on Benoit Boulanger, and 46 up on Spencer Panchik, and Panchik is threatening to set the time to beat here in this event.
And if we look at our scoring table, Sean, like that's the difference between 20 spots on the leaderboard in that upper, maybe 20 to 25. He can make that up in one event. As we said on the women's side, you don't have to make up 50 points here. You cut into half that lead, maybe 2/3 of that lead, and then all bets are off coming into that final event. But as far as for Spencer Panchik, this is exactly what he needs to be doing. Not just hope somebody falls off the pace, but go out and take it to the field yourself.
Spencer Panchik onto the barbell. 20 reps remain here. He's the only man with 185 pounds over his head at this point. Scott Panchik up here in the crowd watching his younger brother. Now Jack Farlow has joined Spencer Panchik on the barbell. Farlow, another guy who is right on that cut line, but on the right side, 11th place overall, coming in, really trying to help his cause and move up the overall standings. Farlow is tearing through these reps right now as Spencer Panchik has his hands on the barbell for his second set of 10.
And the question, there's a short answer to this, is when to pick up the bar. It's the same gamble you take on that second row climb, and Farlow wasted no time getting the barbell up. But Spencer Panchik looks great in these last sets of overhead squats.
He has 2 reps remaining, and he is going to demolish the time to beat. Spencer Panchik shaves nearly a minute off of that top time. Jack Farlow is in. That will be the second best time we have seen so far. There's Tyler Christoffel, who's made a late charge. He's your leader on the floor. Evan Rogers at the other end of the floor is getting set to start his final set of 20 overhead squats.
Oh, you got, and for Christoffel, sitting in the 18th place, 247 points. A little above 70 points out of position. But it's just, Sean, you finished mid-pack in this field. That's 30th place. That's 30 points. Only 30. So Christoffel can do himself some big favors.
And Christoffel is in. Spencer Panchik's official time, 10:17.76 seconds. Jack Farlow was only 14 seconds back of him. And those are your top 2 times right now in this 6th test. As Garrett Clark has 1 rep remaining. Clark is done, and he will get across the finish line.
And what Spencer Panchek needs is a few more athletes to get across the finish line. Not just in this heat, but some of those times in the previous heat, starting to make a difference in the point scales between Spencer Panchek and Austin Hatfield.
Rogers has got to drop the barbell. Now there is Austin Hatfield, who again comes in 12th place overall. That's the final spot to the games, and he is way towards the back here. He had a 34-point cushion, though, on Benoit Boulanger.
Boulanger is still in his last set of overhead squats. In lane. Sorry, he is done as Evan Rogers. But that's Evan Rogers being just another couple of points chipped out of the lead for Spencer Panchek.
Yeah, Boulanger, we haven't talked about him in this heat because he's just now finishing up his second set of rope climbs. So that is good news for that man, Austin Hatfield.
Great news for Spencer Panchek. Spencer Panchek,
right there.
Sorry, Spencer Panchek sitting at 14. 8 points behind, 12 points back of Boulanger. That's all but gone now. So at minimum, Spencer Panchek is moving into 13th place. The question is, how close is he getting to 12th place with one test remaining after this? And in that final test, Sean, it's gonna be so fast. We said there's a lot of pitfalls here in test number 6. In the next test, it's pacing pitfalls. And when something's on the line, instead of Adrian Boston is telling us this, you go lizard brain and all bets are off.
Austin Hatfield has 5 reps remaining on these overhead squats. He's got to be careful because Dennis Samsonoff on the right side of your screen has now 1 rep left. So Hatfield's going to beat Samsonoff across. Dennis Samsonoff is now done. And Benoit Boulanger is the next guy out as far as your leader is concerned, and Seth Stovall is also on the competition floor. So 2 men, make that 3 men left here. Norman Woodring has yet to finish.
Now, I know we have another heat left to go, but as it stands, Spencer Panchek has the time to beat. So before the next heat goes, mark at 100 points. Hatfield got 15th overall unofficially in this test with 1 to go, and that's only worth 60 points. That's 40 points Panchek has made up on Hatfield at the moment. It could be more after this heat, and he was already just a hand. That's right around the points to make up.
Final seconds here, Benoit Boulanger. Trying to get as much work done as possible for that time cap. The 2 men will get capped here, Boulanger and Stovall. Saxon Panchek has your new time to beat, 10:17.76 seconds, and we have 1 heat remaining.
Spencer Panchek, you see him in the bottom part of your screen. I bet he put his hand about as close to the fire as you could on these seated legless rope climbs. Look at the grit and how much he tried to get that up. And then a savvy move, having those feet flat against the wall just to take away a little bit of that friction on those plexiglass walls. And then unbroken 2 sets of 10 reps. Unofficial top score to beat. He was 46 points out of that qualifying position. And as it stands just now, Sean, with 1 more heat to go, he's made up 40 of those points.
With 1 heat remaining, Spencer Panchek at 10:17.76 seconds now has your top time. Jack Farlow followed by Tyler Christoffel at 11:27.32 seconds. Final heat in test 6 coming up next. We are down to the final heat of test number 6 for the men here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinals. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. Test number 6 presented by GoWatt.
Here we go, 20 overhead squats, 185 for the men, 500-meter row, 3 handstand walk pirouettes, and into the 2 seated legless rope climbs. Getting back to that wall, 20 strict chest to wall handstand push-ups, working our way back up the list to the finish line. And it is going to all come down to execution and efficiency. Once you've dialed those 2 things in, we can layer in the intensity, and that is the name of the game in this test. And blast the barbell. You can manage your work on the row, but keep that fresh for the bar.
Here are the 10 men in this 6th and final heat. Noah Olson in lane number 9, looking for his 10th career appearance at the CrossFit Games.
Now Noah has the skill set to do very well in this test, but can he pace himself out early to succeed on the back half?
Luke Parker is in 9th place with 349 points. He still has some work to do to get himself safely inside the cut line.
He's had a roller coaster of a weekend, 21st, 4th, 17th, 3rd, 15th. So he's either outside the top 15 or bottom 15 or inside the top 5. We'll see which one shakes out for this, but Luke Parker, pressure is mounting, being in a qualifying spot for the first time in his career.
Well, Nate Ackerman in heat 4 had the top time at 11:09. Spencer Panchik went out and shaved about 50 seconds off that at 10:17. We'll see if anybody can take a significant chunk off of his mark here in heat 6.
As it stands right now, Panchik 46 points out of a qualifying position, made up 40. Now, a couple things can happen. If he holds the same top time with these 10, that lead will extend. If they all beat him, that lead's gonna shrink because those points decrease as you bump down the leaderboard.
Will Morad and Noah Olson, the first 2 men of the rowers. Sam Cornwallier and Dallin Pepper behind them. Here comes Roman Krenikoff, Jeff Adler, Luke Parker, and Jason Hopper. And now Alex Vigneault is there, along with James Sprague at the far end of the floor. He's in the yellow shirt at the very back there.
To the game. Each one of these fellas do not want to lose it on the final day here of competition.
Nice relaxed row pace for Will Morad and Noah Olson.
Semifinal. These athletes settling to 500 meters on that row.
Well, early on, James Sprague, who's in 10th place overall, is towards the back here in this heat, but still a lot needs to be done here.
Oh, we have a lot of work left to go, but for Sprague, it's one of those tests that he's a little bit of damage control potentially for Sprague.
Mike Arsenault has more on James Sprague. Mike?
Well, when we talk about the biggest comebacks in CrossFit event history, of course, we think back to the Syndicate Crown when Will Morad made up an 81-point gap in one event against James Sprague. James finds himself in a qualifying spot right now. I asked him if that issue from last year has entered into his mind mentally whatsoever. He said mentally, no, not at all. He had a glaring weakness in that event last year. That is not the case in Test 6, Test 7. In fact, he says Test 7 coming up is going to be his best event of the week. He shored up his weaknesses, so we'll see if he can maintain that games qualifying spot here in 2023.
I think one of the things people forget about last year is we talk about the 81-point deficit that Will Morad made up, assuming that Sprague was in a 5th place position. James Sprague was in 3rd place in that position. That's how wild that finish was last year at semifinals.
Just about every judge has his or her hand in the air as these men get set to finish up their 500-meter row. No shock, it's Roman Krenikoff who's off first.
Meanwhile, he was taking a nap on the rower and still finished faster than everybody.
Noah Olson and Dallin Pepper are out along with Sam Cornwallier.
3 pirouettes along this. It does not have to be unbroken end to end. Just these 5-foot segments must be done unbroken. But you have a pirouette every other segment. The one thing that can't happen is the hand touch the outside lane lines.
Krenikoff is through first. Noah Olson is right behind him, as well as Sam Cornwallier. Roman right to work. Will Morad in lane number 8 chalking up his hands. Noah Olson now getting to work on his 2 seated legless rope climbs. Krennikov is already through 1.
You guys are just joining us. The standards here is that you must be seated from the floor, hands below the bottom tape line. To initiate the climb, your feet must lift off the ground, and then you can start climbing. The hands must be at or above the top tape line.
Olsen and Morad on the left there with their second reps, and now they'll move to the wall. Dallin Pepper in lane 4 is also on his handstand push-ups, as is Jason Hopper.
Krennikov got a no rep on his second one just for extension at the top. Shoulders must be stacked over the hands, over the elbows, that full open upper body to lock out.
Left side of your screen is our overall leader, Jeff Adler. Coming off a test win in test number 5 yesterday. He's got 2 wins so far this weekend. Noah Olsen took out a big chunk of that set of 20 before he broke, and he is flying through these. Now just 3 left, 2. This will be the last one, and Noah Olsen heading back to the rope.
And he's behind Will Morad to his left. Morad just ripped off 20 in a row.
Will Morad with 1 rope climb done. Sam Cornway on the left is also on his second and final set. Cornway a 5th place overall. 1 test number 3.
Roman, bottom right side of your screen, struggling a little bit with these last 5 handstand push-ups.
Roman is one of the bigger guys out there. Will Morad heads back to the handstand walk pirouettes, and Cornway and Olsen will join him soon. Here comes Noah Olsen. Morad not able to get through that first one.
It's like Cornway got no rep on the left side of your screen. And those are big, big reps when we're talking the seated legless climb. And Morad, this is one of those things that actually is stemming from the legless climb, is that the climb is going to take away a lot of that upper body strength and that time under tension, that pull. Morad feeling it on those pirouettes.
Jeff Adler has now moved himself into 3rd place on the left side of your screen as Noah Olsen gets started on his second and final 500-meter row. Dallin Pepper is getting set to go through his 3 handstand pirouettes. He's just kicked up.
Noah Olsen, 36 seconds ahead of Spencer Panchek's pace in the previous heat. Morad should be ahead of that as well. Morad had that little stumble early, but once he figured it out, he actually went unbroken the rest of the way.
Here comes Roman Krennikov, and now Dallin Pepper as well in the black shorts, no shirt. Adler will get himself onto the rower along with Will Morad and Noah Olsen. Noah Olsen coming in 8th place overall, 359 points, as Sam Cornway still has 1 rep remaining here.
Oh, that was close. That was close.
That was very close. They did give it to him. Noah Olsen continues to lead and takes the time to give a wave to the crowd. Roman Krennikov now just got onto the rower.
So that means he'll get out 10 seconds ahead of everybody.
Luke Parker is also onto the rower. Dallin Pepper as well. 6 men going through their 500 meters here as Sam Cornway is about to be number 7. And Jason Hopper as well. Noah Olsen is done.
Also begin at lane number 9, topping off.
10 minutes, 17.76 seconds for Spencer Panchik is the top time right now.
Noah Olson, like the Piston. Orlando, where are you at?
Yes. Noah Olson, for better or for worse, lives off the vibe of the crowd, and he gives it back as much as they give to him. And
Will Morad has started his overhead squat, and now Jeff Adler getting set for his first 10. But Noah Olson looking to pick up the test win here and get one big step closer to his 10th trip to the CrossFit Games. Final rep. And Noah Olson is going to take test 6. .932.70 seconds. Will Morad is across. He'll take second place. The third place still up there for Jeff Adler, who has 10 reps remaining. Third best time now, 10:17. Roman Krennikov is on to the overhead squats. Dallin Pepper and Luke Parker both getting ready to begin.
Adler's important. Stay ahead of Jason Hopper and Dallin Pepper to maintain that first place position overall that he has. Krennikov, who's on outside looking in, currently sitting in 4th, can inch a little bit closer to that podium position with Jason Hopper just getting off the rower.
Well, Spencer Panchik's going to take 3rd. That'll lock up 94 points for him as he looks to get into a qualifying spot. Adler is now across the finish line. Adler will take 4th place in the test, 10 minutes, 30.73 seconds. Roman Krennikov has his final rep in front of him. He's done. And Luke Parker getting ready to start his final set of 10. Dallin Pepper's got 3 left. Pepper will be the next man to finish. Pepper in the middle of the floor is in. And now Luke Parker, 9th place, coming in, 349 points.
Needing 3 more reps, 2 more reps, about ready to finish, holding strong. It's gonna be.
And Parker is in. Now, meanwhile, James Sprague, who came in 10th place overall, only 7 points up on Jack Farlow, is still on the rower. Sam Corloy is in, and there goes Jason Hopper across the finish line. So Alex Vigneault and James Sprague, the only 2 men left on the floor.
We looked at Austin Hatfield, who is holding on to that 12th place position. We look at Spencer Panchik, who is behind by 46 points. As it stands, Hatfield's time, or his score from the previous heat, is 23rd overall. Panchik's down 3 spots. So Panchik, 23rd place is gonna get you 44. Panchik sitting at 94. That's now a 50-point swing, out by 46. It looks like he could be in by 4 points coming into the final test.
Here comes James Sprague, Noah Olson, and Dallin Pepper there to cheer him on.
Sprague in lead number 10, giving away. 5 reps in.
The Sprague again was only 7 points up on Jack Farlow for 10th place. Ron Ortiz and James Sprague's dad right there.
Ron Ortiz, a designated dad to the CrossFit community. Just look at these shoulders, the elbows, everything just straining to do everything he can to hold that overhead position.
Alex Vino is moving to his final set of 10 at the other end of the floor. He's got Adler and Krennikov along with Luke Parker out there cheering him on.
Think about the other heat. Let's go.
Vino just dropped his first attempt to get to this final set. Sprague.
This is the final rep for James Sprague, and we'll find out where he sits in this test, and he is in. Sprague is going to finish 24th.
42 points for Sprague.
Now final 3 reps for Alex Vino.
5 for 514 total.
Noah Olson is going to pick up 100 points. He came in 8th place overall. Chucking a shirt into the crowd. You always worry about Noah Olson when he's out front early, but he held on here.
He did. He held on in a big way, and as he inched towards the back half of this test, you get Noah Olson in front of a crowd in the lead. That's a hard man to beat, and you can just see him feeding off the fans, even counting the reps with them.
Noah Olson gets the test win, 100 points, one step closer to another trip to Madison, and he is with Mike Arsenault.
Noah, it looks like you have more fun than any athlete who hits this competition floor. You're on the precipice of your 10th CrossFit Games appearance. What would it mean to you to have a decade of CrossFit Games appearances under your belt?
You know, there was a single goal that I set out to achieve when I started competing at the CrossFit Games, and that was to win the CrossFit Games. That goal is not necessarily unattainable. I still have hopefully one more chance to do that. A secondary goal that I created along the way was to be able to have a little bit more longevity in the sport and compete at the Games 10 years in a row. Hopefully this weekend leads to that.
Speaking of that longevity, how have you evolved as an athlete since you first burst on the scene? How are you better?
I would say that I'm a bit more mature. I think Chase loves to say that I always come out hot. Don't do that as much anymore. I've learned to be a little bit more deliberate and approach things differently and a little bit smarter. So thankfully it paid off on that workout. That was all about being deliberate, almost slow, which we don't get to do often in CrossFit. And honestly, just real quick, I know I'm going on a tangent, but this sport is crazy. I've been really anxious all weekend, as all the competitors usually are, but not many people talk about it. And going into this particular workout that I just won, I had no idea how it was gonna go. You never know until you take the floor, so I'm happy that it went well. There was a chance that it could have gone poorly, and for those that it did go poorly for, I'm sorry, we got one more chance.
Well, how about this, Noah? You can't go slow on test number 7, so full out. We'll see you very shortly.
That's the plan. See you guys. Thank you so much. Love y'all.
Final results for test number 6, Noah Olson, 9:32.70 seconds, edging out Will Morad. Spencer Panchik picks up 94 points and looks to put himself inside the top 12 courtesy of that effort. Jeffrey Adler and Jack Farlow rounding out the top 5. That's big for Jack Farlow. And then Dallin Pepper, another finish inside the top 10. We're going to take a break. When we come back, the women on the floor for the final time, as we are closer to figuring out who will be heading to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by GoWAD, the mobility app designed for athletes. And the U.S. Army. Be all that you can be.
The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test. I use this analogy all the time. You have a 100-meter dash. It's super compelling and super exciting, but nobody's concerned about the athletes making the distance. The challenge of the test on its face is not what makes it interesting. It is the intensity and the effort and the application that the athletes bring to it that makes it compelling. And I think that should be true for most of the events at the Games.
You gotta move fast and you gotta lift heavy if you want to get yourself into contention for that podium position.
And it's absolutely necessary at some times to put out a test that's a little bit beyond where the current field is and have them reach for that. But it shouldn't be all the time. The intensity and the effort that the athletes bring to the test is the test.
I would tell someone that's intimidated by CrossFit to take the leap of faith and walk through the doors.
Athletes you see on TV are the 1%.
So you don't have to be physically fit to start.
It doesn't matter what other folks are doing. This is about you. This is your fitness journey.
It really is infinitely scalable to everyone.
It's a gift to your kids for them not to have to take care of you because you can no longer function. And CrossFit will allow you to do that.
You're gonna feel better coming out of it than you did going into it. Just get inside the door and then we'll take it from there.
I have so much respect for my competitors, but when people compare me to the other competitors, it really doesn't even faze me because I know I'm already going to win.
Athletes want to compete at the CrossFit Games because it is the pinnacle of their sport. If you just get to that point, you are one of the 40 fittest people on the planet.
I don't enter a competition thinking that I'm going to lose. Going into the CrossFit Games, my sole purpose there was to win.
Coming into the 2022 season, Tia Toomey has a chance to stand alone in history, to be the first and only athlete to win 6 consecutive CrossFit Games titles.
The question was like, how is she going to do it and what's that going to look like? I don't think it's going to look like years in the past where it's just win, 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 win.
Toomey's back to 0. Oh no. And O'Brien is across.
I do not care how hard I go, I'm just going for it.
A horse will race so fast that the heart explodes, that's Mal.
For the first time in 5 years, we were going to get to see Ricky Garrard at the CrossFit Games. The last time we saw him was 2017. He finished 3rd, and then he tested positive for PEDs.
Seeing Ricky wearing the white leaders jersey, I think forced a lot of people to confront a question that maybe we hadn't really considered about what our feelings would be around the possibility of not only Ricky coming back, but winning.
He dropped that, I was like, you're gone.
Yeah. Everyone's just roaring for someone to be Ricky.
Roman Krennikov went into destruction mode. He just looked like a machine out there.
I know you're hurt. Everybody's hurt, and you're tougher than everybody.
You just get so hyped up, and you're like, I'm ready to attack this.
This is going to be one of the most epic Saturday nights we've ever had.
We've seen this before between Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath. He's got to keep his balance. He's got to keep his balance. Garrard will do it, and Medeiros will do it.
All right, folks, here we go. Got just a few seconds to explain this to you. It's going to be individual test number 7, 3 rounds for time, 10 calories on the bike, 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. 150 pounds for the ladies leading this off against us. 3 rounds with a 6-minute time cap.
Talk about sprint to the finish here for the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. This is it for our athletes here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for our heat number 1. Ladies working it out here now on their toe to bar. 20 is the rep count here before they are grabbing that bag and going.
Very close race thus far, coming out on hot. In round number 1, Morellas with a slight lead as they went into the toes to bars. Let's see if that holds true as we go to the sandbag bear hug carry.
We've got hands in the air. We've got a tie between lanes 3 and 7. Stephanie Morales is ready for that walk with a sandbag, or run, I should say. Down on your end, Larry.
It is going to be Mom in lane number 9, making quick work of the first stretch. And she will double time it back right around the 120 mark. She finishes round number 1. Again, this is a 3-round test.
All right. First round is done for our athletes. We're about 1 minute 40 seconds as all these athletes dig into round number 2 of 10 calories on the bike, 20 toe to bar, and then that 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. A hand in the air for Stephanie. A hand in the air down there at lane number 9, Jordan Mal.
Mom coming off. Calm, cool, and collected just ahead of Stephanie. Jordan going right to work now. 20 toes to bar.
1, Malm. 2, Morales. 3 is Helms.
Mom coming down with the bar, taking a little bit of, looks like a planned breather. Hand in the air, though, in lane 3 for Stephanie Morales. Hand in the air for Jordan Mom down in lane number 9. Jordan coming off the bar. It's going to give Stephanie Morales a chance to slip back into first.
Here we go. Stephanie, I said it before, trading in those scrubs for the spandex. This PA is probably the fittest one, healthiest one in their office. Excuse me. Here we go, Stephanie coming in lane number 3, lane number 1, Madeline Helms. Digging into her 3rd round, those 2 athletes starting at the same time.
Coming up on 3 minutes and 30 seconds to get a 6-minute cap in place here for test number 7.
This is it, Larry. These ladies, final round, final test of fitness. They made it through this entire weekend here at the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Hands are in the air. Stephanie Morales in lane number 3 looks to have a slight lead over the rest of the field of play. Morales making her way to that rogue rig for the last and final time. Here comes lane number 1, Madeline Helms.
Jordan Mom in lane number 9 also to the rig. That'll be your 1, 2, and 3 here as we move through our final round. We're going to see a sprint to the finish, so to speak, with that sandbag in tow.
Look at her go, Stephanie Morales. The other athletes break. Morales needing 3 more reps. She takes a quick breather and then it's back on for Stephanie in lane number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for some cheers as she grabs that sandbag. 60 feet. Give it up for our Games vet right here. Make some noise for Stephanie Morales. than a minute, athletes.
Steph Morella set that time to beat.
With 45 seconds to go, Madeline Helms.
Lane number 7 bringing it home. Fogarty gonna take it across the line. A bit of a foot race now. Mom gonna finish up.
Nina coming across the line, 30 seconds. Becca Merritt wraps it up as well over in lane number 2. Athletes, you have 20 seconds. Can she get there with 15 seconds?
Blodgett sprinting with that bag.
And that'll do for our first heat. Big round of applause for all of our athletes. They are done. Stand by.
All right. Here we go, test 7, a barn burner. 3 rounds for time, 10 calories on the bike, 20 toes to bar, 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry at 150 pounds. Stephanie Morales setting that time to beat a 4:59, a 6-minute cap. Our athlete's gonna make quick work of the calories on the bike and right out and going right to work in lane number 8, Stahl, your leader. Followed by the rest of the group. Just like heat number 1, they kept it pretty close. The separation started in long about round number 2.
We've got action happening in lanes 7 and 8, but it's 8 that's first to move. Allison Stahl out of CrossFit Electric City, but she is getting chased down.
Lane 7, Karis Demi, I believe, gonna be right there, leading the way. Allison Stahl in second, and about a 4-way split for third.
We're about a minute and a half in on that 6-minute time cap. We've seen all of the athletes get through this so far. I'm expecting we'll see the same.
Hands in the air at the bikes. Lane number 7, Karis Demi was the first there. She's gonna be the first away from the bike wearing the white shirt. Only one on toes to bar right now. Derby coming out to join her in second and Stahl in third. Saunders not far behind, rounding out your 1, 2, 3, and 4. The whole heat now on those toes to bars. Hand in the air though. In lane number 7. Karis Demi gonna be the first athlete to break away.
She's got company over in lane number 4. Lindsay Derby trying to catch Demi.
Demi back starting round number 3 at the 3:02 mark. Again, that time 4:59, set by Stephanie Morales in heat number 1.
We're 3 minutes and 10 seconds in. As they bring that sandbag back down, like Larry was saying, they're moving into that final round. I love it. Getting that windblown look. Digging in right there. Judge's hand in the air for Demi out of CrossFit Explode. Moving with the beat of the music. Finishes up. Give it up for Demi, ladies and gentlemen.
Lindsay Derby, though, looking to make a move there in lane number 4.
You're right, she jumped up there just a little quicker. That is Lindsay Derby out of Mad Apple CrossFit. Derby versus Demi. Derby in the black shirt, Demi in the white.
Karis Demi coming off the rig, having to reset. Lindsay Derby having to do the same. But a hand in the air for Derby, hand in the air for Demi. Lindsay Derby, black t-shirt, gray shorts, first one to the bag. Karis Demi having trouble getting a hold of the bag right now. It is all Lindsay Derby on the way to the finish. Right down the middle, she will dump the bag and set the new time to beat. Going into heat number 3. Demi finishing up as well.
Here comes lane number 1. Jessica Callaghan. We're 5 minutes in, 1 minute.
Taking across in lane number 5, Lydia Fish.
"45 seconds as Faith Stewart comes across the line.
Mary Ellen Saunders in lane number 9, finishing up. Toy Tyson putting a time on her card.
30 seconds.
Allison
Nicole
Stahl
Gibson
done.
Burke.
And Valente will come across the red line, and she will finish up.
That is all of our athletes, yep. For
All right, folks, here we go. With that buzzer starts heat number 3, their final test. Last look at these athletes for this weekend. Been a tough 3 days. They've got some more work to do before they are done. 3 rounds, 4 time. 10 minutes on the calories on the bike. 20 toes to bar. 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. 150 pounds on the sandbags. In the time it took me to explain that to you, our first athlete makes their way out. B-Roth onto the rig first in lane number 1. Still very early. We don't see the separation till about round number 2. And B-Roth the first to the bag. She will get that up and moving very quickly. Grange gonna be right there with her, your 1 and 2. Pretty much a 3-way split now for 3rd, but just that quick. B-Roth on her way back to start round number 2 at the 118 mark.
Ashley Giroux, you said it, lane number 1. Digging in for round number 2. Here comes the rest of the field of play. Sometimes I can't tell if these athletes are over there smiling or if that's just their pain face and it's that pleasant. But she's probably excited because this is the final test of fitness here. There we go, lane number 1, Ashley Giroux. Wraps up that bike onto the 20 toe to bar.
A little bit of separation starting to show now.
My bad. I'm looking at I got the wrong heat sheet, buddy. Were you wondering why you're...
I was.
Why did you...
You had me worried. I'm like, am I calling it wrong? B-Roth making her way out.
Emily over in lane number 1. My bad. I apologize right now.
You got it. You caught it. Emily probably can't hear you right now anyway. She's super busy. B-Roth on her way back looking to close up round number 2. Time to beat set by Lindsay Derby, 4:44. Our athletes keeping it pretty close. Thus far, all of our athletes, I believe, have finished under the time cap in both our first 2 heats. This heat 3 of 6. I'm gonna say now you got me doing it. I'm gonna say B-Roth is smiling in lane number 1.
B-Roth.
Emily down to her last calorie. Maybe that's why she's smiling.
B-Roth over in lane number 1, coming out of 12th State CrossFit into her final round right here. Looking for 20 toe to bar in lane number 4, joining her, Elena Savage out of Upper Valley CrossFit. And over in lane number 9, Molly McGrandy from CrossFit Whip.
Just past 4 minutes, again, a 6-minute cap in place for this event. And in the air for B-Roth in lane number 1. Could she hang on? She's been in the lead the bulk of this event. Time to beat 4:44.
Lane number 4, here we go. Lane number 4, Elena Savage out of Upper Valley CrossFit, grabbing that bag. Let's help her get to that end zone, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise.
Savage will bring it across the line. B-Roth making it 2. And it's going to be right down the middle. I believe it's going to be Katie Callior finishing up. McGrandy in lane number 9.
Athletes, you have 1 minute. Sarah Hogue across the finish line. Roran Scott across the finish line. Stephanie Grange is done.
Kearns up and moving in lane number 8. Kearns hanging on for dear life. But she will finish well under that time cap. Insolent across the line in lane number 10.
Athletes, 30 seconds.
Acker bringing it in.
And that'll do.
Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for all your athletes in heat number 3.
Seventh and final test for the individual women here at the North American East Semifinals from the Orange County Convention Center in Orlando, Florida. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault's on the competition floor, and we are getting ready to send 11 women to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. This is where we stand coming into test number 6. The top 6 women in the overall standings have clinched a spot. Spots 7 through 11, they still have some work to do, and right now it's Annika Greer by 8 points over Shelby Neal for that final spot that gets to go to Madison, Wisconsin. Test number 7, this one's an all-out sprint.
It's an all-out sprint, but not a dead sprint from round number 1 because we have 3 of them. 10 count echo bike for the ladies here, 20 toes to bar, and then that 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry at 150 pounds. And you're looking at this, it's fast, but Sean, it's not exactly a sprint. It's 3 rounds is much different than 2. We've seen that. And the question is, to break or not to break? I'm looking at you, toes to bar. We've seen a lot of athletes have a great 2 sets of unbroken and then go to shambles on that 3rd and final round. Pick your poison there.
10 athletes in this 4th of 6 heats. Lane number 6 is Daniel Perrin, who has a test win, snatched 210 pounds in test 4 to bring home 100 points.
Test win in the heavy single snatch at 210, as you said, Sean, but a top 10 finish, 10th place in the gymnastics test that we just recently have. And you put those 2 together, this could be a deadly combo for Perrin to do very well in this test.
10 seconds. Stand by.
Heat 4 underway. Time to beat belongs to Elena Savage, 4:35.62 seconds. And right now, there's only 8 seconds between her and the second best time from Emily Bieroth at 4:43.93. So this is one of those tests where literally every second will count.
Every second will count, and it's how you navigate. Some of these is that there's a lot of transitions. Transitions from bike to pull-up bar to picking up the bag, dropping the bag and getting back to the bike. There's so much that goes into this outside of just the 3 movements that are on paper.
Ashley Giroux at the bottom of your screen in the all purple was one of the first athletes to the 20 toes to bar here. After this, they have to pick up the 150-pound sandbag and carry it 60 feet.
Should see that. It looks like tapered elbow sleeve on her right elbow. Didn't have that in the previous test. Now, it was that 4th and final row climb that basically derailed her event. And here's the tough thing, Sean, is that the bag isn't just heavy. It's awkward. It's tough to carry. It's tough to pick up. Once you get it moving, you can ride that momentum. But as we said, transitions are huge. He said seconds matter. And these are where the seconds can get won or lost.
Giroux is out in front first. Callista Lang is in second, followed by Jessica Schwartz down in lane number 10 as we start round number 2.
Sean, we were talking earlier about what are the challenges here between the bike, between the toes bar, between the bag. Which one has an effect on the other? And they all affect each other in really weird, similar ways. The bike's gonna blow up your legs. Your legs are some of the largest muscle groups in your body, and all they do is suck oxygen out of you. And when we talk about 3 rounds, this being in the 2nd round, how these athletes attack this bike is imperative to set themselves up for a 3rd round sprint to the finish, not a 2-round only.
Giroux maintains her lead as she starts her 2nd round of 20 toes to bar. Lanes 7 and 8, Jessica Androzek and Lindsay Porter. And also in lane number 9, Emma Harvang.
And our keys when we first started, the question was to break or not to break on the toes to bar. 20 reps is a decent chunk, 60 total for the test. And we've seen some athletes do 2 sets of 20 in the first 2 rounds and then get reduced to doubles and singles in the last one.
Here comes Giroux to get started on her 2nd 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry. Down in lane 10, Jessica Schwartz is off. And in lane 8, Lindsay Porter as well. There goes Giroux. And now only the bag has to get over the line. You can theoretically try to throw it over the red line if you want to. But if any part of that bag is on the red line, you got to go back and move it so it's over. So there's a little bit of a calculated risk there if you find yourself in a foot race at the end.
It's a bit of a gamble. Now we're in the 3rd round. This is the make or break round. Everybody looked great for 2. 2, no problem. If it was 2, Sean, dead sprint. But the first 2 is to set up the last 1. Did we tip into the red a little too much on the bike on the 1st round? Did I hang on to the pull-up bar a little too long in the 2nd round? That is going to come to fruition here in this 3rd and final set of 20 toes to bar.
Top 3 on the screen right now. Ashley Giroux on the left. You saw Danielle Perrin there as well. Giroux once again the first woman off of the bike. Here comes Danielle Perrin. Lindsay Porter is there.
Keep an eye on the bottom left part of your screen. No rep for Perrin. She failed that last rope climb, so is the endurance there? But as we said coming in, sorry, not Perrin, that's Giroux. Giroux, is the endurance there for her on these last set of 20? And can Perrin stay close for that final bag run?
Giroux is off. And she's the only woman picking up the bag right now. Perrin's taking a break. 4:35.62 seconds. That's the top time. Giroux's got to get across the finish line here. She's got a chance. And she's going to beat it as we have a crash at the finish line. That was Caitlin Sanders who took a spill, tripped over her bag. Callista Lang got in ahead of her. Down in lane 8, Lindsay Porter is in. And in lane 3, Allison Rouse. Ashley Giroux edges out Savage's top time by 0.4 seconds.
4/10. 3 rounds to get 4/10 of a second. Still 2 more heats to go.
Jessica Androsic is off, and then 9 and 10. That was going to be close.
Oh, it looks like 11.11
seconds separating Harvang from Schwartz there at that close finish. And now it's Logan Philo-Loss who will be the last woman across. But she's in. Ashley Giroux, 4:35.26 seconds. That is now your top time with 2 heats remaining. Calissa Lang is going to take second by 6 seconds. Caitlin Sanders is there at 4:43.67 to round out the top 3, and then look how close it was there between Harvang and Schwartz for 8th and 9th. So 2 heats remain in the 7th and final test here for the women at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal. Two heats to go here in the 7th and final test for the women at the North America East Semifinal in Orlando, Florida. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram. Got Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. Test number 7. It's going to go fast.
Oh, man. What we just saw, it's separated by 10ths of seconds in the previous heat as we're getting ready for heat number 5, and this is where it's really getting serious. 3 rounds for time, 10 cal echo bike, 20 toes to bar, 60-foot sandbag carry in that 150-pound sandbag. And as you said, Sean, it's going to be fast, but this has got to be a controlled, is it controlled manic effort?
Hey, whatever works for you. Here are your 10 women in this 5th heat. And right in the middle of the floor is where we're going to be watching most of the action. Ashley Wozni in lane number 4 right now, 13th place overall. She's only 9 points back of Annika Greer.
All right, folks, you're watching from home. Put the phone down, turn the TV up volume. Grandpa's got some stories to tell. Ashley Wozni sitting in 13th place, 2 places out, 9 points back. Going individual for the first time. Next to her, your gatekeeper, Annika Greer in 11th place, 323 points. Missed out last year because of a submission error and is poised to make a first trip to Madison, Wisconsin, but knocking on the door in lane 12 next to her with 315 points. 8 points behind her. She has been trending up for the last 4 events. That is Shelby Neal. She missed out because of a legless rope climb. She's gotten past that, and now she is poised to potentially take over that 11th spot. And then finally, the veteran, Caroline Prevost, is one of the best athletes in the field. This is no strange position for her. This is a position where the veterans can shine and the rookies may tumble.
30 seconds.
It is close for that 11th and final spot. So Annika Greer is the one wearing the target on her back. For her, though, if she can set the top time going into the final heat, so if Greer can not only win her heat, but also have the top time, she will have clinched a spot.
Stand by.
Heat 5 of 6 has begun. 4:35.26 seconds, that's the top time.
It's not about the first round, it's not even about the second. It's about what these first 2 rounds do for you for the third round. And it's controlling the nerves, managing your intensity, and managing your reps on the toes to bar. If you can do 20 unbroken for 3 rounds, have at it. If you are unsure, that's the question you need to ask yourself. Is it time to do 20 or maybe break for a quick set so you can sustain that for the entirety of the test?
It looked like Brooke Wells at the bottom of the screen may have been the first woman to start her toes to bar, but it was only by about a rep.
That time to be set by Ashley Drew, 4:35.
Brooke Wells in 19th place overall is probably going to have to not only win this test, but get a ton of help in the process. Far end, Samantha Pugh, she's onto the bag. Lexi Neal and Amanda Fisher as well.
Oh, Annika Greer got called back.
Kara Napoli is going to be the first one to put down her bag. Brooke Wells has put down her bag. Annika Greer is towards the back of the pack here.
Annika Greer got called back, and what she had done is she rolled her bag forward to get a better grip. A lot of times if it's sitting flat up with the zipper up top, with the Rogue label up top, it's a tougher to grab. And so what a lot of athletes will do is they'll push the bag over and grab. So look at it. Well, now the problem was when she pushed it over, she moved it across the line and she stepped across the line. You have to stay behind the line when you start the rep. Now, it's only about 3 or 5 seconds. However, we've seen how much 3 or 5 seconds can make a difference on the leaderboard.
6 seconds yesterday in the team competition was the difference between 8th Day CrossFit getting in as opposed to seeing someone else take that qualifying spot. And in this test, where it is so tightly packed, every second will matter here. Brooke Wells is your leader, followed by Kara Napoli right next to her in lane number 2, and then at the far end, Samantha Pugh, right side of your screen in the yellow top. She is in 3rd place right now. Starting to see some athletes break up these toes. Brooke Wells is off, and she will make the trip down the floor, trying to keep herself alive here. Samantha Pugh is done. Ashley Wozni is off.
That's big for Wozni. She needs to get ahead of Annika Greer. So does Shelby Neal. They both are, because Greer just got off.
Wozni making the return trip. Greer picking up the bag on the right side of your screen in the red shorts. Meanwhile, Brooke Wells is back on the bike along with Samantha Pugh, opposite ends of the floor.
Annika Greer
now in last place.
Last in this heat. Annika Greer is currently sitting in 11th place with 323 points. The 2 ladies chasing her, Shelby Neal, 8 points back. Wozni, 9 points back, are ahead of her currently, and that's not to mention the 40 other athletes that have already taken this test. If we're looking at the standings right now, if this is a top 15 finish places are decided by 3 points. That's a 3-point place difference that Shelby Neal needs to make up.
Meanwhile, Brooke Wells is off the bike, back onto her final set of toes to bar. Wells, 19th place, 285 points. She's 38 back.
And Sean, 38 points is not a lot. You go out and win an event and someone gets 30th, or even 20th, you make that up. It's not impossible.
Has broken up her toes to bar next to Annika Greer, so I think Greer may have pulled ahead of her. Brooke Wells is done. 4:04 and counting for Brooke Wells. She has plenty of time. So Brooke Wells is going to keep herself alive here, as she will have the new top time. 4:14.24 seconds. Shelby Neal is off. Shelby Neal looking to lock up the second best time in the event, and she will do it. Now here comes in lane 3, Jordan Sheffs and Carolyn Prevost. All these women chasing down Annika Greer, but now Greer is right behind them.
And that's the 3 spots Neal needs. That could be a point differential.
Right now, Greer's 7th place in this test is now, we got a mad dash across the finish line. Neely, Fisher, and Napoli, Wozni all in. So Greer takes 7th, Wozni now back in 15th in this test.
So Greer clear of Wozni. Wozni was 9 points back of Greer, but only 8 points ahead of Neal. Neal took second in this heat. Looks officially maybe second overall. We still have another heat to go. If anyone can get in between Neal and Greer's time. But don't count out what Brooke Wells just did.
That is a big clutch performance for Brooke Wells, and now she will wait.
I would appreciate it. You are looking for a token.
She will pick up right now with Annika Greer finishing in 7th.
Keep looking, keep looking. Hey, stand up, buddy.
She picks up 18 points on her.
So Wells had 285 points coming in. Greer had 323. As you said, an only 38-point lead. Now it's down to 20, unofficially. A 20-point difference on our point scale is just between a first place finish and an 8th place finish. That's 21 points. That's 7 more spots. 7.
And we still have 10 women left. So stay tuned. Nothing has been decided as we head into the end of the 7th test here. Brooke Wells with the score to beat, 4:14.24 seconds. Will it be enough? We'll find out in the final heat next. We are one heat away from finding out who will head to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games from the women's field here at the North America East Semifinal. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. Mike Arsenault is out on the competition floor. Let's take one more look at our overall standings coming into this test. The top 6 women have all clinched a spot. Spots 8 through 11 are still up for grabs, and we just saw Annika Greer go in the prior heat. Right now, she's in 5th place in this test. Shelby Neal was able to pick up points on her, and Brooke Wells down to 19th, picks up 100 more points if she hangs on for the win. As
it stands right now, 3 rounds for time. It's all coming down. 3 days, Sean, 7 tests. 3 rounds for time, 10 cal echo bike, 20 toes to bar, 60-foot bear hug carry across the finish line with 150 pounds.
Recipe for success here.
It is not a sprint. It is a mad dash to the finish, but it's not a full send at the start. To break or not to break, it's different it doesn't matter how many times or where you break, Sean. That finish, that last round of 20 is the make or break.
Here are your lane assignments, the 10 women who will be closing things out for us here, and the battle for the overall lead will be right in the middle of the floor. That's Emma Carey and Danielle Brandon. They have already clinched spots at the games. Now it's a matter of who winds up on top of the podium here in Orlando.
Currently held by Emma Carey by just 3 points over Danielle Brandon, and we talked about not a sprint. This is a person who's not afraid to go out there, but Danielle Brandon, 3 points out, 1 spot away. The difference between the two.
Let's go down to Mike Arsenault with more on the woman who currently sits in 10th place, Caroline Stanley.
Well, here's an interesting wrinkle. 10 feet away from lane 10 where Caroline Stanley is. All of the athletes from heat number 5 are watching. So we have Annika Greer, who is on the bubble. We have Shelby Neal and also Carolyn Prevost. We're still not exactly sure where the places are going to shake out, but all of these women behind me are 10 feet away watching Caroline Stanley to see who will get that potential final spot for the CrossFit Games.
Stand by.
4:14.24 seconds. That's Brooke Wells' top time. The next best time belongs to Shelby Neal at 4:25.79. Just keep those numbers in the back of your head.
And it's just one or two spots, one or two athletes that can make a pacing error. And it doesn't have to be a minute lost. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Could be 5 to 10 places.
Danielle Brandon and Emma Carey first to the toes to bar, along with Alexis Raptis. Emma Lawson is there. And now all 10 women have gotten off of the bike.
Question coming in, 20 toes to bar. All these athletes can do this once. All these athletes can do this twice. It's been a challenge to do this 3 times in a row that we've seen so far in 5 heats.
Well, Emma Carey and Danielle Brandon along with Alexis. Now Raptis has got to be careful. She just did the same thing. She rolled it on the line. Maybe it was not over, but that was close for Alexis Raptis. So she did pick it up behind the line. Carey and Brandon heading back. Raptis heading back. Paige Semenza sits in 4th. Emma Lawson in 5th. Paige Powers, Sydney Wells, and Caroline Stanley now towards the back here. Fisa Gaffi finds herself in last place. Now Fisa Gaffi is not safe. If she finishes 23rd or better, she'll clinch, but
it's been a lot of good times so far.
I was going to say, we've had quite a few solid scores here that could affect that.
Danielle Brandon, Emma Carey. How often has this maybe happened over there in Naples, Florida, going head-to-head in the affiliate, and now it's head-to-head who's going to take home the North American East semifinal win.
Brandon's only 3 points back at Emma Carey for the overall lead. Carey has about a 1-rep lead on her at this point. Carey off first, Brandon right behind her. Looks like Raptis will be the next woman off the pull-up bar. Raptis is done. Carey's got the bag up, and she's opened up a little bit of a lead on Danielle Brandon. Here comes Alexis Raptis, and now Emma Lawson.
Brandon slipped with the bag on her first attempt to pick it up. Fisa Gaffi's got to be careful.
Yeah, she does. She's falling towards the back here. She just took a look down the floor to see that she's in last place in this heat. That's trouble for Fee. There's Caroline Stanley, who sits in 9th place in this heat right now. Here are your standings. Annika Greer coming in that final qualifying spot with 323 points. Shelby Neal beat Greer in the prior heat. So things are getting interesting now as far as those final spots are concerned. A no rep to start for Emma Carey on the left. She and Brandon have been neck and neck here, and like you said, very good chance that this is not the first time they have done this test side by side.
No, it is not, but Emma Carey just came off the pull-up bar. Opening up the door for Danielle Brandon.
Quick rest. Brandon a rest as well. And now Carey's off. 4:14.24. That's the top time from Brooke Wells. Emma Carey's got a chance to track that down. And Emma Carey, welcome back to competition. She will take the test and she will stand on top of the podium here in Orlando. Danielle Brandon is across. Now here come Alexis Raptis and Emma Lawson. Amanda Barnhart and Paige Powers have their bags held. Raptis and Lawson are across. Barnhart is in and Paige Powers is in, and now we got to see how this affects Annika Greer.
Paige Powers closes it out.
Here comes Caroline Stanley and Sydney Wells.
Huge for Stanley right there.
That's going to be 12th place in the event for Stanley. Now Paige Semenza is in, and that leaves Fisa Gaffi still on the floor. Now Semenza finished 21st. Sagafi's the last woman out there on the floor. She needed a 23rd place finish or better to clinch.
That was coming in too.
She's got to get across the finish line.
Ooh.
She is in, and right now that's a 35th place.
But again, that was coming into the scoring prior to the first
That's a good point. That's
5
correct.
heats.
The top 6 women in this heat, the top 6 in the test, and Paige Powers will finish 8th. And that means that Brooke Wells will take 7th. I take that back. She'll take 3rd.
No, she's taking 3rd.
She takes 3rd.
Brooke Wells got 94 points. Shelby Neal may have gotten in. Brooke Wells, depending on what happened with Fee Sagafi's score. So Emma Carey takes the event, takes the heat, takes the overall win. Danielle Brandon just behind her. Brooke Wells with a 3rd place finish is going to get 94 points. Shelby Neal getting 7th overall. Could have made up the difference between her and Annika Greer.
While we sort this out, let's bring in Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor.
Thank you very much, Sean. And with the 1st and 2nd place finishers on test number 7 and the 1st and 2nd place finishers of the overall competition here in Orlando, Emma, first question to you, what does it mean to win the title here, book your ticket to the CrossFit Games after a bit of a layoff in your career?
It really shows me I'm on the right track. Like all the days of doubt in training and just the adversity I face and like the lessons that brought me here, it shows me that I can put it all together for something good, even when it doesn't seem like good things at the time, like an injury. It's all used for a greater purpose.
Now, Danielle, the two of you are training partners, so how important is that training environment to be able to put performances like you have over the past 3 days?
I mean, if you look at a workout like this one, I knew Emma was coming for me on that bike. She's one of the best in the world at the bike, so I knew what I had to do in order to try and keep up, and she got away from me this time. But
was that the only attempt at that test over the past week? Did you both have a chance to try it together, and what was the result in training?
I tested a version of it where I didn't do the final sandbag carry. Came out a little too hot to the point I didn't even know if I could carry sandbag. Today I went faster, and like it was just the energy and the pressure, and it was awesome.
Danielle, you mentioned that you're 100% now. You haven't peaked though in terms of your fitness level, so what are you working on between now and the first week of August?
well, right now I'll rest and then, I don't know, get back to games training, try to get more fit.
Perfect. All right, we'll see both of you in Madison. Congratulations.
We know Emma Carey and Danielle Brandon will be standing on the podium. When we come back, we'll find out who is going to be joining them and who will be heading to Madison, Wisconsin. The 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinal is brought to you by NOBULL, the official footwear and apparel brand of CrossFit. Rogue, don't weaken. Wild Health, revolutionizing healthcare, unleashing your athletic potential. Trifecta, the official meal delivery partner of CrossFit. And RP Strength, the trusted app of Rich Froning and Annie Thorisdottir.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's
So not true.
I couldn't do one push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You got to start from somewhere.
It just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time. And then you'll know that you can.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
Back inside the Orange County Convention Center here in Orlando, Florida. Annika Greer and Shelby Neal and Ashley Wozni all talking things over. Amanda Barnhart, Fisa Goffi, and Paige Powers. And we've all been sitting here putting pen to paper and breaking out the calculators and trying to figure out what's going on. There are a lot of people still alive. And we didn't mention Jordan Sheffs.
Yeah.
She's in the mix here too. it's going to be super close.
We have like 10 people getting 10 different results right now.
I'm just going to stop.
And the only thing that matters is the scoring team that's collaborated over there on the right side that we haven't been able to talk to yet. But I mean, I'm doing math on people that could be on the bubble, and you're talking about 1 second more here, 3-point swing, 2 seconds there, 6-point swing. And I think it's coming down to single-digit points.
It is. It's gonna. There might even be a tie in here. We don't know, but. Sydney Wells looking to make her first ever CrossFit Games appearance. We don't know if Brooke Wells did enough. Carolyn Prevost was also in the mix. You do know that that woman's going to stand on top of the podium, Emma Carey. And after having a miss last season with that back injury, coming back this year, and now she's going to the CrossFit Games. Caroline Stanley, we'll find out if she was able to.
She was 10th coming in.
Hang on, she was 10th coming in.
Only clear of Greer by 5 points and Neal by 13.
And usually when it takes this long, it means that it's close and that they are double, triple, and quadruple checking this to make sure it's right.
And we wanted to make sure they take the time.
Yes. Well, regardless of what happens here, it has been an exciting 4 days in Orlando, and like we did with the teams yesterday, we've got some drama here.
Well, Ife Sagafi got 35th. Coming in, she needed at least a 23rd to clinch. But that was before.
That was before everything that happened.
Everything that happened.
And still coming in, had she gotten that 23rd, she would have been okay. But that margin of error may have gone one way or the other depending on what happened in the other heats. She may have had a bigger cushion. But we do know that coming in the top 6 had all clinched. And after that, we don't know. Paige Semenza came in the 9th place overall.
I know we're waiting a few minutes, but I could bet this feels like a few years out there for those athletes.
And this is the part, and we saw it yesterday with the teams. You're going to feel really happy for someone where at the same time heartbroken for somebody else.
At least one person's relaxed.
They're still talking things over at the scoring area. Looks like we're about ready to start. So I will let floor announcer Kiki Dixon take over here.
All right. One more big round of applause for our athletes here. We're going to start with 3rd, 2nd, and 1st. In 3rd place with 577 points, Amanda Barnhart. In 2nd place with 601 points, Danielle Brandon. Your 1st place finisher for the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal is Emma Carey.
1
In fourth, with 575 points, Emma Lawson. In fifth, with 564 points, Alexis Raptis. In sixth, with 557 points, Paige Powers. In seventh, with 409 points, Sydney Wells. In eighth, with 398 points, Fee Sagafi. In ninth, with 397 points, Shelby Neal. In 10th, with 395 points, Caroline Stanley. And now for our final place to Madison, Wisconsin for the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games. These athletes were separated by just 3 points. In 11th, with 386 points, Paige Semenza. A big round of applause for our athletes, Paige Semenza, Caroline Stanley, Shelby Neal, Fee Sagafi, Sydney Wells, Paige Powers, Alexis Raptis, Emma Lawson, Amanda Barnhart, Danielle Brandon, and Emma Carey. We'll see you at the games.
Second straight year that Annika Greer falls short. This time it's on the competition floor. She finished 14th in test 7.
3 points out, Sean.
And that was good for 62 points, so she needed to finish in 12th in order to make up those 3 points. And the difference between those 2 spots was less than 5 seconds.
No rep on the back, first round.
Paige Semenza hangs on to a spot. She's heading back to the CrossFit Games, and she is with Mike Arsenault.
Well, Paige, I can't imagine what you're going through right now because I was nervous as we were hearing every single name read out. Everyone else in your heat had their name read. You still hadn't heard yours, and we heard Kiki finally say Paige Semenza. What went through your mind?
Honestly, the first page, like, it throws you off. You're like, my name, and then you're like, no, that's not me. So I just, my jaw, like, from grinding my teeth, cringing, and man, I'm very grateful.
So you've had a couple moments to digest the news. You are going to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games in Madison coming up in just a few weeks. So overall, how do you think you performed this weekend in the 11th spot, but obviously still a little bit of work to do as we head toward Madison?
Yeah, there's always work to do, so a couple of execution errors this weekend, put me hot and cold on day 1, and then it was just a fight from there. So, you know, honestly, it puts me in that pressure situation. I like that stuff, but not this stressful ever again.
For how long do you let this sink in, and when do you start preparing for the first week of August coming up here, Jorlyn?
So I was going through pretty bad back injury for like the last 4 to 5 weeks. So I was, you know, very grateful to be able to compete this weekend. And, you know, we'll take some time to recover, let that fully get back to 100%, and then it's go time.
Well, hopefully we can see you at 100%. Madison Paige, congratulations.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Paige Semenza heading back to the CrossFit Games once again. She finishes in 11th place overall. And she will be making her 4th individual appearance, the 5th overall in Madison, Wisconsin. We know the identity of the 11 women heading to Madison, Wisconsin from the North America East Regional. In a little bit, we'll know the 12 men who will be joining them. Stay with us, everyone. Competition continues here on the final day in Orlando, Florida.
Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. Test number 7 under the way for the gentlemen. Gonna look very similar to what our ladies did through their 6 heat of competition, but it's gonna be 3 rounds, 4 time, 15 calories on the bike, 20 toes to bar, 60-foot sandbag bear hug carry, 200-pound sandbag out there for the guys. 6-minute time cap in place. A mass movement of fellas to the rig. Sokolowski getting going, Chenier getting going. They're in lanes 7 and 5 respectively, and the rest of the fellas in the fight as well. Gonna be your last look at these guys for the weekend here at the NOBULL CrossFit Semifinals North America East, brought to you by Jocko Go. Hand in the air, lane number 4, Chenier. But it's gonna be Sokolowski right there with him. And Griffith, I believe, gonna round out your 1, 2, and 3. Sokolowski there in lane number 6, gonna be the first to dump the bag, but very much an even run between him, Chenier, and Griffith on the way back. Starting round number 2. This is where it'll start to get interesting, folks. We start seeing a little bit of separation here in round number 2. Coming up on 2 minutes, one of the fellas here in heat number 1. Gonna set that time to beat for our next 5 heats of male competitors to shoot for. Sokolowski, hand in the air. Chenier, hand in the air.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Our 1s and 2s in lane 4 and 6. Lane number 2, rounding out your top 3. We got Mitch Griffith doing work. Lane number 4, Jordan. And lane number 6, Caleb. Each of them looking to get that sandbag first.
The rest of the field not far behind them. We've seen a lot of changes in leads right here on the toes to bar. Thus far, when we're watching the women's division, we'll see what happens here with the fellas. And there we go, Sokolowski, double time and out. Chenier, hot on his heels along with Griffith, your 1, 2, and 3 as they went back to kick off round number 2. It looks like it's gonna end the same way. Sokolowski, lane number 6, dropping that bag, heading back to kick off round number 3 at the 3:05 mark.
Minutes and 30 seconds in on this final event here. Individual test 7 for heat number 1. They've been working all weekend long. This is the final time. They gotta grunt it out here on the North America East CrossFit Semifinal stage.
They both walked away pretty much simultaneously. Sokolowski about 1 rep ahead of Chenier. Sokolowski all in black in lane 6. Chenier all in black in lane number 5. And Griffith in black and gray in lane number 2. Osnick in the fight. As well as Thompson in lane number 8. But we're keeping a good eye on our whole crew, because just about anything can happen here. Our final event for our individuals on this Sunday afternoon. It's gonna be Sokolowski, the first to the bag. Chenier coming off to regrip. Sokolowski gonna have a seam to move through. Ladies and gentlemen, keep your eye on lane number 6. Give it up for Sokolowski, making it across the line. Caleb crushing it, not far behind Chenier.
Lane number 5 looking to close it down.
Osnick finishing up. Thompson right behind him. Ooh, a little bit of a foot race there. Some bragging rights.
Might as well. They're like, we're at the end. I'm going to dive. I'm rolling it in. I guess that means at least you emptied your tank completely. We are 40 minutes away from that time cap.
Pure and Prize making it across the line with 30 seconds to go. Big round of applause for all the fellas in this heat. Set that time to beat. Going into heat number 2. Great job, guys.
Stand by.
And here we go. Boom. Just like that. Their last event is underway. They put in a lot of work this weekend. They got a little bit more to do here. 6-minute time cap on test 7, 3 rounds for time. 15 calories on the assault bike, 20 toes to bar, and a 60-foot sandbag carry. 200 pounds on that sandbag, and just that quick. The guys have burned through the first.
Ben Sexton in lane number 6, first to jump up there, but lane number 8 keeping on the pressure. That is Troy Clay. It has been a good, long, fun weekend. This 4 days of competition, 3 days for our individuals here, closing things out at the North America East NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. Lane number 6, able to maintain that lead, Ben Sexton.
Sexton grabbing it, going on the bag. Clay having a little trouble getting squared away back there to get things started, but he does just that and gets it moving. Hart right there with him, rounding out your 1, 2, and the 3. Woodhull dumping his bag across the line.
Same story for Hayward. As these guys hustle back in for round number 2.
Again, this test number 7, their 7th event of the weekend. Hand in the air from Sexton's judge, making his way through the last few meters on that bike. And Sexton gonna come off to the ring, adding a little bit of separation.
Yeah, a little bit more separation between him and Clay. Troy Clay in the yellow shirt, Sexton in the black shirt. Here comes lane number 9, Jordan London. It's 1, Sexton, 2, Clay, 3, London.
Sexton hanging tough, looking to get this done all in one shot. Sexton, lane number 6 on the sprint. Been coming from CrossFit 423. Clay and London on their way back out. Davidson on their way back out to join them. Fellas making it back, starting round number 3 as we pass 3:08 on the clock.
These athletes digging in for that final round here.
Bad dash for that finish line. Give it up, ladies and gentlemen, for Ben Sexton.
There comes lane number 5, Jacob Hart. Lane number 3, Jordan Hayward. Lane number 2, Josh Woodhill. As we come up on 5 minutes. Lane number 3 coming across, excuse me, Cal Bauer.
Troy Clay, lane number 8, making his way to the finish. And Clay will wrap it up. And all of our guys finishing well under that time cap.
A big round of applause for Heat 2. They are done. Stand by.
All right, folks, here we go. Fellas getting busy on test number 7, 3 rounds for time. 15-calorie bike, 20 toes to bar, 60-foot sandbag, bear hug carry, 200 pounds on the sandbag. Hands in the air pretty quickly all down the line. Goudreau in lane number 8, gonna leave his bike. Bowman and Sharam right there with him, but the rest of the fellas not far behind. Very early on. Guys gonna keep it pretty close.
These guys getting tested one last time here at the NOBULL CrossFit Semifinal. That sandbag, like you said, 200 pounds. They're about ready to get to it once they get through these 20 toe to bar. It's gonna be lane number 7, Nicholas Goudreau.
Goudreau running with a purpose there in lane number 7. Bowman not far behind him. Maurizio to the inside.
And it's back for more with round number 2.
Just like that, round number 1 over. On to round number 2 of 3. Hands in the air from our judges. Who's it gonna be? I saw Bowman, Goudreau, and Crockett's. Bowman. Next up there, lane number 8. Goudreau and Crockett. That's gonna be your 1, 2, and 3 here, coming to the midpoint of round number 2. Ray down in lane number 2 in the mix as well, along with Sherman in lane number 9. Gonna be Kyle Bowman, the first to run out. Here in lane number 8 to address his bag. A little bit of a shuffle up. Cam Crockett out next. Crockett in lane number 4. Goudreau and Sharam coming out to join him.
Jason Ray over in lane number 1, trying to catch that 1, 2, 3, and 4. As we approach 3 minutes in, we are 3 minutes in.
Maurizio and Charles. Maurizio backed up in his bag. Charles on the way back to do the same. Borchak looking to bring round number 2 to a close. This is a 3-rounder, folks, by and large. The whole field past the 2nd round. Borchak will officially put himself into round number 3. Kyle Bowman, the first to come out. In lane number 8. Bowman from Golden Goose CrossFit. Cam Crockett out of CrossFit Cadre. Crockett looks pretty solid on his toe to bar. Let's see if he can stay solid enough to pass Bowman. Cam in lane number 4, hanging with it, no hands in the air yet. Bowman having to come up to the bar to readjust. Crockett with just a handful to go. Last one, Cam Crockett up next. Oh, he's got some competition. Sharam up with the bag, but it's gonna be Cam Crockett down the middle. And Crockett will come across the line at 4:30. Sharam a couple of seconds behind. Lane 7, Goudreau. Looks to make it 3, and Goudreau will come across the line under the 5-minute mark. Maurizio right down the middle. Hops across the line. Bowman now up and moving in lane number 8 with that 200-pound sandbag.
Jason Ray over in lane number 2. Getting that sandbag across, rolling. Straight rolling into that end zone. A big round of applause for our Heat 3 athletes.
Appreciate you guys. That was fun.
We are halfway through the 7th and final test for the men here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East Semifinals in Orlando, Florida. Thanks for staying with us, everyone. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Chase Ingram, and Mike Arsenault is down on the competition floor. Here are our overall standings coming into test number 7. The top 7 men have all clinched a spot at the CrossFit Games. Spots 8 through 12, though, still very much up for grabs, and only 4 points separate Spencer Panchik from Austin Hatfield. Test number 7, this one is an all-out sprint.
3 rounds for time, 15 cals on the Echo Bike, 20 toes to bar, that little gatekeeper in the middle, followed by 60-foot sandbag, bear hug carry to the finish line, 200 pounds on that sandbag.
10 men in this 4th of 6 heats. Marquand Jones will be in lane number 4. He comes in 23rd place overall. Had a big moment in test number 4.
It shows you can run pretty fast and lift very heavy. That combination should bode well for a test like this. And I think he had one of the moments of the weekend, because that snatch at the end, getting the crowd involved, I feel like really turned the tide of the fans here in the stands.
It has definitely been a great atmosphere here throughout the competition. We've seen that carry over into today as we start the first 15-calorie bike. What's the recipe for success?
You got to remember, it's 3 rounds, not 1 round. So don't take on the bike like this is just 1 round for time with a mad dash at the finish, or do, depending on the Kenny Powers version or CrossFit Athlete, as we look at the to break or not to break. Like I said, this 3-rounder, 20 toes to bar, no problem for 1 round. Maybe no problem for 2, but that 3rd and final round, that's going to be a make or break moment for a lot of these athletes.
Colin Garnick in lane 7. He's in the green top and black shorts. He was the first man to the toes to bar. "20 reps here, and then that 200-pound bag got to carry it 60 feet. Time to beat belongs to Cam Crockett. Did that in the prior heat. 4:31.50 seconds, and Garnick way out front. Dylan Pettit behind him, followed by Peter Mason and Alexander Majors. There goes Marquand Jones. Garnick back on the bike. Garnick coming in 24th place overall, 238 total points. Alexander Majors in lane 10.
All I can think about is that there's Kid Rock playing in his head. Look at that.
Got
Look
the
at the
flow
fans
going.
on the right.
His fans got the flow going. This is good stuff. This is like a couple years ago when you saw Jason Hopper's fans show up with just t-shirts with Jason Hopper written in a Sharpie.
I'm hoping the R was backwards on that t-shirt. Now on these 20 toes to bar, the 2nd round, you're going to be feeling the 1st round, you're going to be feeling the entire weekend, but you'll definitely be feeling that bag carry after the 1st round. And when you're attacking these 20 takes some time. Don't rush the 20 reps. Let the swing come to you. Get yourself a nice big kip and allow that to help you with the toes to bar.
Here goes Colin Garnick. Dylan Pettit off 2nd. Marquand Jones now has moved into 3rd. Peter Mason is off. That multicolored shirt. Garnick working his way back down to start round number 3. And Colin Garnick is once again starting his doctorate of physical therapy immediately after this semifinal. He's going to fly back to class right after competing here.
Imagine how sore you're going to be sitting at your
Trying to slide to that lecture hall.
Okay, 3rd round. This is the money ball round. It's going to come down not to the bike, but those 20 toes to bar in between the bike and the 200-pound sandbag. Most all these athletes have gone unbroken for 2 rounds, but we see, and it's all coming down to that 3rd set of 20.
So Garnick is done, and now on to his 3rd set of toes to bar. He's way out front here. Marquand Jones has now moved himself into 2nd. He's onto the toes to bar. Here comes Dylan Pettit. Let's see if Garnick can hang on for all 20 reps here. The time to beat is 4:31.50 seconds, belongs to Cam Crockett.
And look at Garnick, even Marquand Jones, you're seeing a little bit of a hitch in that pull, and that means you are about to break, and there it is for Garnick. But can Marquand hang on for 5 more?
Final 2 now for Marquand. He takes a break. Garnick is done. And Garnick looking to set the top time with 2 heats remaining here. And he's going to do it. Colin Garnick in at 4:21.69 seconds. Here comes Marquand Jones in 2nd. Dylan Pettit is now across. And Peter Mason is in. There's Jake Berman looking to be the next man across the finish line, but he's got to watch out in lane 3. Matthias Porter. Selvin Ramjatan fell on his bag.
And
Jacob Pfaff is in, Majors is in, and now Ramjatan is across.
That cost Ramjatan 2 spots with that bag fall at the end. That's how tight this race is, Sean. Different than test number 6, where we said the pitfalls are in the difficulty of the skill, where you can have it or you don't, or it can go away entirely. That's the test that we have here, is how fast this truly is. Little errors, little hiccups could be 4 or 5 places on the leaderboard.
The top 3 times in this heat are now the top 3 times in the test. Colin Garnick at 4:21.69 seconds. And Chase, here are the problems that you're talking about.
Yeah, bottom right side of your screen, Ramjatan, about 10 feet there, drops, and then behind him, that's one that passes him, trying to pick up the bag, and then top right part, Majors passes him.
And Pfaff.
And Pfaff, so 3 off 1 bag drop.
Colin Garnick can now resume his studies.
Yay.
And once again, the top 3 times from this heat are now the top 3 times in the tests. Garnick, Jones, and Pettit getting in ahead of Cam Crockett. 2 heats left here in the final test for the men. Down to the final 2 heats here for the men in test number 7. And it's been a great crowd on hand here the entire weekend. Really been a fantastic atmosphere, and we are glad you were with us, everyone, here in Orlando. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We got Mike Arsenault down on the competition floor. Test number 7. I don't know what we can say about it, but don't make a mistake.
Absolutely not. This is what finales should be here at semifinals. 3 rounds for time, 15 cal bike, 20 toes to bar, 60-foot sandbag carry, 200 pounds.
Recipe for success. You've gotten to watch 4 heats here.
Not a sprint. Not a sprint till the end. Don't save it for the first round. You need it for the last round. And when to break on those toes to bar. We've seen it's all coming down to that 3rd set of 20.
Lane assignments here. 10 men on the floor, and the battle to watch will be right in the middle. Spencer Panchik, James Sprague, and Austin Hatfield. Those are the guys battling for the 12th and final spot in the CrossFit Games. Sprague and Panchik are on the right side of the cut line. Hatfield only 4 points back of Panchik for 12th.
Hatfield on the left side of your screen, 4 points behind Spencer Panchik, who's holding on to that final spot in 12. But Sprague is only 13 points clear of Hatfield. So these 3 are fighting for those final 2 spots.
And for more on James Sprague, let's send it down to Mike Arsenault.
Well, for James, this is deja vu all over again. Last year at the Syndicate Crown, he was in a qualifying spot. He was the master of his own destiny, and he was not able to qualify for the CrossFit Games. Same opportunity here in test number 7. He told me before this event, this is his best event of the weekend. This sets up very well for his strengths, so we'll see if he can book his ticket here in 2023.
Interesting thing I just saw. Watch what James Sprague does. Flips his bag over before it starts. Haven't seen any athletes do that. And that has been a point of contention for people racing off the toes to bar to get to that bag. He flips it off before, save him 2 to 3 seconds potentially. going into the first round. And we saw how important 3 seconds can be here in this competition.
I was just going to say, and as tight as it is right now, with the scores we've seen, that could make a difference.
Here we go.
Fifth of 6 heats underway. Top time, 4 minutes, 21.69 seconds. Colin Garnick in heat number 4. There's Norman Woodring.
Oh, Woodring. Man, that guy's just been a staple at regionals, sectionals,
first,
semifinals.
Along with Hatfield and Spencer Panchik. And Evan Rogers is there as well.
Now here's what I said, it's not a sprint. It's 20 toes to bar. You don't need to sprint 20 toes to bar because it's really 60 toes to bar. What you need to be is efficient. You need to use that kip swing, lean forward, lay back, let the kip swing do the work. When you try to race toes to bar, you start tucking your knees early. You start taxing your core more than it needs to be. These don't need to be fast, but they do need to be unbroken.
Woodring is off first, Hatfield is second, Rogers and Panchik. And Panchik is being instructed by his judge to move his bag back. Sprague is on the bag as well. Rogers in second, Hatfield in third, right next to Sprague, and here comes Spencer Panchik. Norman Woodring back to the bike. Sprague back to the bike just ahead of Hatfield and Spencer Panchik. Norman Woodring in 18th place overall with 270 points. And that is a familiar expression for anyone who's ever been on this implement.
The official face of the Rogue Echo Bike. James Sprague, who's sitting in that 11th place position. Again, we're taking 12. Panchik is 9 points behind him in 12th. Hatfield 13 points behind him outside the top 12.
And Sprague has moved into second right in front of Rogers and Hatfield and Spencer Panchik. Woodring still your leader, far end of the floor.
20 more toes to bar. This is where you start looking at body language. So Sprague, left part of your screen in 11th place, 9 points clear of Panchik. Panchik's on the right, says James Sprague, who's in the center part of your screen. And then Hatfield to the left in the green shorts, 4 points out of Spencer Panchik and 13 points out from James Sprague.
Final 2 reps for James Sprague as he looks to be the first man off, and he is. James Sprague in the lead here, followed by Austin Hatfield and Spencer Panchik. Evan Rogers is there in that mix as well. He's in the all black now, just picking up his bag in the bottom right-hand part of the screen, and Rogers threatening to overtake Sprague here on this carry. Rogers and Sprague into the final round here.
Before this event, Sprague had talked about, this is the one that I can win. Not just do well, the one that I can win.
And here's the thing for Sprague. If he sets the top time, wins this heat, he's in. Top 3 on the screen. Evan Rogers on the left, James Sprague in the middle, Norman Woodring on the right.
And this is the point of the test, where did you pace the first 2 rounds correctly?
And Woodring's judge's hand was in the air before Sprague, but Sprague made up ground on the toes to bar. Woodring is done, Sprague is done.
James Sprague in the center lane has gone unbroken for the first 2 rounds for these 20 toes to bar.
4:21.69 seconds from Colin Garnick is the top time. If Sprague can beat everyone in this heat and that time, he will have a stress-free Heat 6.
We're looking at body language. Are we starting to hitch?
There's the first
break. Opens up the door for Hatfield and Panchik. One more break.
5 remaining for Hatfield. Sprague is going to get done in front of him. In lane 9.
No, he's got one more, Hatfield.
Hatfield's got one more. Tyler Christoffel looking to beat Sprague across. He will. Sprague is in. Rogers is in, but Sprague, that is a huge performance for him, because right now, he's got the second best time in this test. But Tyler Christoffel edges him out by 0.5 of a second. And now Hatfield coming across.
We got a couple more athletes.
Benoit Boulanger and Dennis Samsonoff will be the last 2 men in. But Tyler Christoffel making a push at the end. He's going to take the heat, but James Sprague is all but in right now.
Now James Sprague broke twice, center screen. Look at Hatfield on the left, 2 reps. 1 rep, he comes off early and then has to get called back for that last toe to bar.
And that is huge for James Sprague, but had Tyler Christoffel not beat him across the finish line, it'd be guaranteed that Sprague is in. Now it's pretty sure.
Is this real?
But he beats the 2 guys chasing him across the finish line.
Proud of you, son. Take it all in. Proud of you. Proud of you, bro. You shit, bro. Work. All weekend. Thank you, bro. Let's go. How old, man?
So James Sprague, you think about just the heartbreak last year, and now looking really good that he's going to wind up in Madison, Wisconsin.
Earned it, kid. You got it. Couldn't have done it without you.
And Tyler Christoffel now has the top time at 4:13.33 seconds. Christoffel came in 16th place overall. Top 5 times all coming from this heat as Christoffel, Sprague, Rogers, Panchik, and Woodring.
And look at Hatfield.
All getting in ahead of Garnick's time.
Look at that. He came off the bar at the same time as Sprague and Christoffel. But with that 1 rep and that callback, 17 seconds.
1 heat remains here. As we close out the North American East semifinal, we will have it for you when we return. Final heat of competition here at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games North America East semifinal as the men close things out here in Orlando. I'm Sean Woodland with Chase Ingram. We have Mike Arsenault joining us as well on the competition floor. Here are our overall standings coming in to this final test. The top 7 have all clinched. Spots 8 through 12 are the ones up for grabs. And it looks like James Sprague is going to wind up inside that cut line as far as the games are concerned. Spencer Panchik possibly as well, but a lot can be decided here in this final heat because it is extremely close as far as all the times are concerned. And we just saw how one small mistake can cost you numerous places
Big
in the standings.
17 seconds in a race like this is huge. 3 rounds for time. We are at the final test of the weekend. 15 cal echo bike, 20 toes to bar, 60-foot sandbag carry, 200 pounds. Not a sprint, not at the beginning. Got to save that juice for the end. 3 rounds here. It's not about the first 2, it's about the last one. And it all comes down when to break. You choose when that's supposed to happen. Don't let the bar choose for you.
10 men on the floor here for this 6th and final heat. Jeffrey Adler, your overall leader with 540 points, will be right in the middle of the floor. Jason Hopper is 39 points back at him. And right now it's Dallin Pepper who sits in 3rd, but he's only 5 points up on Roman Karenikov.
5 points on Roman Karenikov. Jason, between Jason Hopper and Roman Karenikov, you're looking at an Echo bike and 2 of the best in the business. Not something I think I would want to be good at, but these guys make it look easy.
Now Alex Vigneault comes in 10th place overall. He just has to avoid a total disaster.
For Alex Vigneault, he was actually in the first heat of the weekend, and we talked to him earlier after he won his heat in test 1 of the weekend. He goes, "This isn't my heat. This is the heat I'm supposed to be in. And he made it all the way here.
10 seconds. Stand by.
All right. Final heat underway.
Here we go.
4:13.33 seconds with Tyler Christoffel. That is your top time. Okay then.
Oh, screw my keys to success. Go for it, guys. Roman Krenikov in
off
17
the bike first.
seconds.
Get out of here. Krenikov off first, Vino second, Jason Hopper third, now Dallin Pepper's fourth. Dallin Pepper has finished every test inside the top 10. One of the few men who's actually done that this weekend.
Oh, let's talk podium for a second here, Sean. Top 3. Right now you have Jeff Adler in the lead with 540 points. Jason Hopper at 501. But trying to run him down is Dallin Pepper, who's only 5 points back. 20 points back, Roman Krenikov and Will Morad.
Krenikov is off and onto the bag. Vino second, followed by Dallin Pepper and Jason Hopper. Now Sam Cornwallier is working his way down the floor along with Noah Olson, Will Morad, Luke Parker, Adler, and Jack Farlow. And now Vino back to the bike.
Second round, you get back to the Echo bike and you start to think, did I make good choices in round 1? Obviously not talking about Roman Krenikov. He knows what he's doing on there.
Judge's hand in the air for Roman Krenikov and Alex Vino. Vino is going to get off at the same time. Alex Vino, 416 total points coming in. Again, just has to avoid a total meltdown here.
But the podium's not set, Sean. Roman Krenikov, 20 points back of Jason Hopper's in second, but only 5 points back of Dallin Pepper. Dallin Pepper, far left side of your screen in the teal shorts, currently sitting in third, only has a 5-point lead on Roman Krenikov.
Krenikov now with 3 reps remaining. Vino is just about done, and he will be first off just ahead of Krenikov, and here comes Dallin Pepper. He's moved into third. Now Jason Hopper working his way down the floor. And Dallin Pepper has moved into the lead. Third and final round here. Krenikov is done.
And it looks like Dallin Pepper saved a little juice for the end. Had one of the fastest actually back carries we've seen of our top 5 men in this heat.
Top 2 on the screen right now, and Alex Vino is also pushing these guys. He's down in lane number 10.
Dallin Pepper on the left, still sitting in third place coming in.
Vino's judge's hand went in the air first. He's at the very far end. You can barely see him now, just slowing down, hopping off the bike, so he will get off ahead.
Jason Hopper
went to Plaid on the bike, and he is now in the lead.
Roman Krenikov's got that big swing on the right side of your screen.
This one's going to come down to a race on the bag. Pepper takes a break with 2 remaining. Everyone else has kept going. Hopper's got 3 remaining. Pepper gets through the toes to bar first. First to the bag for Dallin Pepper. Hopper's right behind him. Jason Hopper has moved into second. Krenikov behind Hopper in third. Dallin Pepper is going to win test number 7. Hopper is in behind him. Here comes Krenikov and Alex Vino.
4 athletes under 4 minutes.
Luke Parker is in. There's Jack Farlow, who is in 9th place coming in with 417 points. Noah Olson is across. Farlow's going to come in. And Will Morad will be the last man to finish up. Farlow's going to take 15th in this test. I don't think that's going to be a problem for him.
I I don't know anymore, man.
I don't either.
I don't do math. I'm so far from college, it's not even funny.
Vigno coming up with a 4th place finish. The top 5 finishers in this heat are going to be the top 5 in the test. Sam Kornreich is going to take 9th. Adler with a 10th place finish. Olsen in 14th, Farlow in 15th, and Morad takes 18th.
Dallin Pepper. What a performance. There's side bets going on in the background if anybody could break 4. We got 4 of them in this heat.
It's now hurting really bad.
I mentioned Dallin Pepper. He is one of 2 men who finished every single test inside the top 10. Adler was the other one, and he's the guy who looks like he's going to win the whole thing here.
If you fast forward to Madison, Wisconsin, that's the consistency you need to find yourself top of the podium there at the CrossFit Games.
Dallin Pepper saved his best for last as he'll pick up his first win of the competition. Never finished lower than 9th. Jeff Adler has wandered over to the broadcast booth to try to glean some information. He's talking to talking to Brian and Adrian Conway here. Bosman's coming over. He's like, hey, let's not share information here. Good attempt by Adler, though. You can't blame him.
That's the right guy.
All right, he's with Mike Arsenault. Mike, don't spill any secrets.
Okay, Jeff, I think it's pretty safe to say that you're going to the CrossFit Games. We're still figuring out exactly where you finished in the top 12, but a tremendous performance. You had 2 test wins, a very good performance here on test number 7. How would you evaluate your week?
Better than anticipated, I think. But I wouldn't be happy with 2nd, so let's wait a little bit. That last workout was really hard, but I gave it 100% at every event. Competitors are very, very good here, and congrats to everybody. It was a big weekend.
You look a little bit leaner here at the North America East semifinal than you did at the Games. Was that a conscious decision, and what went into that reasoning during the offseason?
You saying I look fat?
You look leaner now.
I don't know. I eat enough to compete and have good performance, and that's it.
You said the goal, of course, is to peak in Madison coming up in the first week of August. Very happy with this performance. Again, we'll see if you're 1st or 2nd overall here at the competition. What are you going to work on over the next few weeks before we get to Madison?
I'll let that to the coaches. Not my job. My job is to do the work.
And when does the preparation start for the CrossFit Games? How does the celebration look like with the team today?
It's already started. We got 2 months to make sure I'm ready for the games because it's a different style of competition. But yeah, we'll train outdoors a little bit more, I guess.
Perfect. We'll see you there. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you.
Jeff Adler waiting to find out if he's going to finish in 1st place overall. Let's go back to Heat 5.
So,
and this was big here.
Yeah, look at James Hatfield on the left. He got off a rep early, and the reason is, like, Spencer Panchik on the right, he was 4 points behind him coming in. Came off just a half second early with 1 more rep to go.
And then Alex Vigno, who just needed to avoid a disaster, but left no doubt here. Impressive performance from him in test 7.
A wild ride just to get here at semifinals. Obviously, quarterfinals had some issues with the wall-facing handstand push-up. Survived that here in test number 6, and as he said earlier, coming in test number 1, making it known that he was in the wrong heat. He's meant to be in that last heat.
And Austin Hatfield is going to have to wait and see, but he had to get in ahead of Sprague and Spencer to give himself a shot, and that did not happen. We'll take a break. When we return, we will find out what 12 men will be heading to Madison, Wisconsin to compete at the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games.
As a 10-year affiliate, I would advise somebody who's new and starting out in the CrossFit world to be passionate in your pursuit of education, to hone in your craft and your skill, which CAP programming helps us do, and really take the opportunity with the time that's freed up to get to dig in deep with your members and your community, get to know what motivates them and triggers them and keeps them excited about coming back.
Do you have to be fit to start CrossFit?
Oh, that's so not true.
I couldn't do one push-up. I couldn't run 400 meters.
I was out of shape. I was almost 300 pounds.
I heard of CrossFit, but I had no clue what it was.
CrossFit showed me a whole new level of what my body can do.
Nobody starts out CrossFit fit. You got to start from somewhere.
It just takes one day to go inside and try it out. One time, and then you'll know that you can.
I just think that's such a cool shining light to see people that have navigated their life and still chosen to prioritize health and fitness in a way that isn't just something that's a passing interest when you're young. I think that's super powerful. I think it's really, really, really cool. And it's really important that people can look to that and say, hey, you know what, that could be me.
My toes won't blow up if I push that bike that hard into the third round. Ready?
Folks, give us just a minute. We're going to have our results for you. We're going to do it much like we did our women's division. We'll go through our top 12.
Competition is done. The only thing left is to find out the names of the 12 men who will be heading to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games, and we are still making sure that the standings have been completely and totally finalized and everything is correct before we make that announcement. All right, we are ready to do this. Let's go down to floor announcer Larry Moss.
Here we go. We are going to start with third place. Our third place male athlete, Dolan Pepper. In second place with 598 points, Jason Hopper. In first place with 613 points, Jeffrey Adler. Folks will now go 4th through 12th. In 4th place with 575 points, Roman Karenikov. In 5th place with 538 points, Samuel Conwaye. In 6th place with 535 points, Will Morad. In 7th place with 521 points, Noah Olson. In 8th place with 513 points, Luke Parker. In 9th place with 507 points, Alex Vigneault. In 10th place with 477 points, Jack Barlow. Ladies and gentlemen, only 2 spots remain. In 11th place with 460 points, James Sprague. Ladies and gentlemen, only 1 qualifying spot remains. In 12th place with 439 points and going to the CrossFit Games, Spencer Panchak.
The 12
Ladies
men
and gentlemen,
in qualifying spots are the 12 men who leave in qualifying spots at the end of test number 7. The positions changed a little bit, but how about that man? Jeff Adler is going to walk away with his 2nd straight semifinal victory overall. Both he and Dallin Pepper, again, the only two men to have every single finish inside the top 10.
Jeez. How about Luke Parker as well? Been working on this for several years, went team, had some success there, but this has been the big dream for him for quite a while. It's a great performance for Luke Parker.
8th place overall for Luke Parker with 513 points. Let's go back down on the competition floor with Mike Arsenault.
James, I can only imagine the emotions running through your mind right now. Crushing disappointment at the semifinal last year. How you were able to put that out of your mind to come back and qualify for your first individual men's spot at the CrossFit Games?
For sure. Well, this is all God right here. I think of the verse from Proverbs 24:16. A righteous man falls 7 times, yet he stands again. I just think about all the hardship that last year put me through, but in reality, it was the best thing that could have happened to me. Just coming out here and giving my best every day with my squad, my coaches, showing up and giving your best effort and glorifying the Lord with our actions and our careers. It's one of the most important things I can keep first. So can't wait to go to Madison. Feels astronomically better than I thought.
Well, speaking of that squad, there's a gentleman behind us who is holding up a picture of your face throughout the entirety of the competition. Your dad, what has his support meant to you to get you to this spot?
Well, I started CrossFit with my dad. I think CrossFit got us both out of some really dark places in life, and just to have him here is one of the coolest things. His support to me means more than he'll ever know. And Dad, I know you're listening to this, and I love you so much, and couldn't do it without you.
We'll let you go celebrate with your dad. Thank you very much, James. Congratulations. Spencer, congratulations to you as well. I have an interesting stat for you. Did you know that every year since 2012, a Panchik brother has represented the family at the CrossFit Games? You're going to do it here in 2023. Just what has the entirety of the family support meant to you, your brothers, and now that you're carrying that mantle to Madison this year?
Yeah, I mean, God put us in a position, and all 3 of us are just blessed to be able to showcase this for the world. And my support system up here, I mean, I couldn't do it without every single one of those guys. And there's just little things of going back, having food, driving me to the venue, and it's just, the support is just amazing, and I couldn't do it without any single one of those guys.
Well, that support can continue here in 10 weeks. You'll both be going to Madison. So Spencer, James, congratulations to both of you.
Thank you so much.
And why does Sprague gotta make a couple of dads up here get a little emotional, man? I would have been doing this 6 years ago. Golly, congratulations.
I thought I was going to get through this one a little misty-free, and that did not happen. Here are your final standings. Jeff Adler, again, second straight semifinal overall victory, only man to crest the 600-point mark. Jason Hopper and Dallin Pepper join him on the podium. Roman Krennikov will finish in 4th, and James Sprague and Spencer Panchik comfortably inside the top 12. Time for our Rogue Don't Weaken moment of the day, and you got to pick these reactions.
Oh man, this is what it's all about. This is the beauty of the struggle of sports. Athletes get an opportunity to kind of let their guard down for just a moment of how hard they've worked and to accomplish those things. Always having a big brother smile for the little brother and celebrate those moments is very special.
It's been a fun 4 days here in Orlando. "23 individuals and 10 teams heading to the 2023 NOBULL CrossFit Games, and the semifinals are just getting started. We still have 2 weeks remaining. Next week, we will be in Pasadena, California for the North America West semifinal, as some of the biggest names in the sport will be there, including the 2-time defending fittest man on earth, Justin Medeiros. And then we're going to wrap things up, as far as our crew is concerned, across the Atlantic in Berlin for the Europe semifinal. Thank you so much for being with us, everybody. For Chase Ingram, Adrian Conway, Mike Arsenault, and our entire crew here in Florida, I'm Sean Woodland. We will see you next week.